It's finally time to make the tutorial I've had literally some comments asking for: perfect pixel art cars in Blender. And here we go, this is the finished piece we're going to be making. So 2001 WRC Impreza. Everything in this is made in Blender. We do all the texturing, all the pixel art by hand in Blender. And here's the underlying meshes. So I'm going to take you through making all of this step by step. Nothing too complicated going on. We've even got these transparent meshes acting as the aerials. And I'm going to take you through the shading setup. So the shading setup for the body shell, which we're going to work in layers. So we've got base layers and all of our details separately laid out so that we can easily tweak as we go and nothing's kind of permanent. And there you go. So yeah, let's get into it. So we're going to start this project like we start any car project by setting up our blueprints. I've put together a set of blueprints again, and we're going to follow those as closely as we can. But because we're doing low poly stuff, there is a lot of like artistic interpretation in that about how close you can adhere to the model. Anyway, we'll get into that as we go. So we're going to start by deleting everything. So Alt A, and then select all and delete. And then we're going to flip to the overhead view and Shift and A, and we're going to bring in an image as a reference. And there's a link to all of these files on my Patreon and also on Discord, so you can grab those. But we're going to start with the top view. So here we've got the top of the Impreza. We're just going to scale it up a bit. And then we're going to navigate to the data section. And I'm just going to turn on the opacity, so it's going to get rid of that kind of white fringing. And I think I'm going to keep it, I'll maybe put it to like 0.7. No one just type that in. Okay, and then we're just going to flip into 3D mode. And we're just going to pull this down. So now what we need to do is we're just going to go to the top view and see if there's a decent anchor point for this. All the blueprints should line up pretty well, but I find it's also easier to just mark it up with a consistent point on each car so I can make sure everything's lined up. So I like to use this little edge here, just where the is that the B pillar on the car lines up with the y-axis. So we're going to go with that for now. And we're just going to name this top view. And we're going to make a new collection. So we're going to hit the M key, new collection, and we're going to call it blueprints. Okay, and then we're going to duplicate this object and then rotate it on the x-axis. So push the X key 90 degrees. And I'm going to push that back. And then if we go to, still with our data view up, we can change this image here. So we want the side view now. And we're just going to flip the camera around. What I want to do is pull this up so that it's actually sat on the x-axis like this. So the wheels are there. And then we know that our 3D cursor here is at 0, 0, 0. So that's going to be the axis that we're lining up to up here. So we just want to move our blueprints back slightly so that that sits there. So we just know that everything's kind of lined up right. And again, I've made these blueprints, so I've done my best to make them as accurate as possible, but there might be some discrepancies that we need to adjust as we go. So I can duplicate what's going to be the front view, and we're going to rotate it on the y-axis 90 degrees. And then we're going to swap this image, so we want this to be the front view. And before we go any further, we're also going to name this so we don't get confused. So everything should be making itself in the blueprints collection. Just expand my screen a little bit. I'm working on my MacBook, which is not ideal for this. But hopefully it means that you guys can actually see everything properly, unlike some of my tutorials. So we're just going to rotate this on the x-axis so that it's aligned correctly. And then it's the exact same process. We want this to sit on, in this case, it's going to be the y-axis here. I'm just going to pull this up. And we're going to zoom in, and it looks like we're off center here. I don't know if that's how I've set up the blueprints or... So hopefully we've got a few details. So we're going to aim for the center of the badge. That doesn't look quite like in the center. Something like that. It's going to be close enough for this. So just pull that forward, and then we're going to duplicate this and pull it back. So you've got a nice space in the center to work from. And again, we're just going to name this before we go any further. So front view and back view. And you know the deal by now. So let's bring in the back view, and we're just going to flip the camera around. And at the moment, we're competing with the front view. We'll deal with that in a second, but if we just hit the slash key, the backslash key. And we're going to do the same thing here, I think. It's just off the center. I don't know why. That should be right. This looks like we're evenly spaced on these parts. Yep, I'm happy with that. Okay, so we're going to hit the slash key again to unsolo. And now we've got everything in place. So let's fix this problem that when we're in this view, we can see both blueprints. So if we go over to here, I'm just going to expand this out slightly. And if we change this, let's just turn off our front view for a second. So we're just in the back. We want to change this so that the side, if I change the back, it will disappear. I think I've built my scene the wrong way around, but it doesn't actually matter. So we just remember this is going to be the front view. And then if we turn on the front view, we can set that to back. And now when we're on this view, we're only seeing one side. And we get that. So it's much cleaner to work from. Save you a lot of confusion. And then the last one is personal preference. If we go back into the perspective view, I don't like being able to see my blueprints all the time. You might prefer that because we're going to be building in this central area here. You might prefer that. But what I'm going to do is I can turn these off in perspective. So I just need to work our way through. So they're now no longer in your main scene, but I've just zoomed in on the wrong point. If we rotate around, we can see everything. Great. So one last thing is if we expand this little filter here and turn on the selectable option and then hide it, we can then tick this off for the blueprint. So now you can't actually select the blueprints and move them by mistake. So we are all set. We are now ready to start making our Impreza. So first thing I like to do is save it. So I'm going to call it Pixel Impreza Stage 1. Or in fact, let's call this Setup. So that if we want to go back and make a new project, our blueprints are already kind of set up and we can just swap the images out. Or if something goes horribly wrong and we want to just quickly get back to the start, we've got our starting scene. Okay, let's get into modeling the car. If you want the project files to make sure that yours match up to mine, or you just don't fancy doing it yourself, you can grab them now from my Patreon and also get early access to the next video. Okay, so if you followed any of my other tutorials, especially the low poly car modeling one, you'll know the steps that we're going to do. And what we're going to do is we're going to start by marking the outlines of the key shapes of the car, and then we'll progress to fill in the polygons. But with a low poly car, or like a super low poly pixel art car, we're obviously going to have a lot less detail than on the higher poly models that we've made before. But I find that it's quite hard to go in with a super simplified shape. So quite often I have to build a higher poly count version and then start removing things. So make sure that I'm retaining the key shape. But again, I say this a lot, it will make more sense as we get into it. But as a little kind of rule of thumb, when they were making the Gran Turismo 1 game, they were working with a poly count of around 500 triangles. And you're going to see that that quickly gets eaten up. So we're going to try and aim for something like that, even though obviously modern computers can handle millions of polygons now. But we're going to try and recreate a bit of that style. So first thing we're going to do is I just want to make sure that you've got the same tools as me enabled. So if you go to Edit and Preferences, I'm working on a Mac, but it should be basically the same for you. And if you go to Extensions, in fact, let's look at add-ons first. So I'm using the Extra Mesh objects, and I'm using Loop Tools. So you're going to need both of those for this. If they're not already installed and enabled, if you go to Get Extensions, which is now where Blender keeps all of the plugins, and you can search for them there. So I've got them installed. I actually need to update mine, but it should be good for this tutorial. So you should now have the same setup as me. So we're going to hit Shift and A, and we're going to go to Mesh, and we're going to choose Single Vert, which is one of the add-ons that we've just installed. And then we're going to hit so we're in Tab at the moment. The first thing I want to do is move it to, using the G key, to this top point on the windscreen. And then we're going to apply a modifier, so it's the modifiers panel. And we're going to search for mirror. And we want a mirror on the y-axis. So we should now have the single vert duplicated. Pretty basic stuff so far. The next thing to do is, let's flip so we're working on the same side. And we just want to move this, you're going to move it straight up on the Z-axis so that it sits here, just at the same point that we placed it on the overhead view. And then we're going to hit the E key to extrude down. I'm going to extrude straight down to this point here for now. And same process, so we're just going to move it down on the Z. And it's not going to follow the curve perfectly because we've only got one line to join. Now, I think for now, I'm actually going to subdivide it using the Alt-R key, Command and R on my system. And I'm just going to pull this up so that we've got a little bit of that detail in. And like I just said, we will likely take that out again as we move forward, but it's just going to help us form our basic shapes. So we've got that point in there. We've got 3 points in now. Just checking that it lines up on the top view. Don't worry too much about overshooting here and where this lines up because we're going to have to make compromises as we go and we will fix. Next thing I want to do is turn on the clipping. What that's going to let me do is if I now extrude across, when we get to the mirror point, which is here, it will automatically merge these together. Great. And then let's go to our front view and just pull this up and see how it lines up. And again, for now, I'm going to subdivide. So Command R, Alt R. Is it Control R on the PC? I can't remember. It's a bit annoying having to work between two systems, but you know the deal. And then we're just going to frame all because I've zoomed in too much. Okay, so we've got our basic lines and we're just going to, I don't want to have anything too sharp. The next logical thing to do would be to continue this line across. So let's take this point and just extrude it all the way to here. And then there's going to be a lot of changing between views, but so this is going to finish here. And what we can do now is put in our loop cuts. Let's put in 3 for now. And we're just going to pull this up so that it follows. Let's do something like this. So we're just moving them on the side view for now. And then we're going to flip to top view and we're going to move just on the Y-axis. So we're making sure that everything's staying roughly in place. Or exactly in place even. Okay, so now we've got the basic roof line and you can see that it's already starting to come together. So we're going to carry on and fill in this part here. So we're just going to pull across. This is what I like to do. I like to, there's the furthest extreme point and then we'll put a loop cut in. So you can either use the loop cut tool or the other thing you could do is you could select both of these points, right click and choose subdivide. And we're just going to keep, so we're going to go nice and slow and make sure that everything's kind of lining up. This is a bit confusing because the bonnet line comes up here and we will need to simplify that. So what I might actually do is just pull that up for now. And again, we're not going to worry too much about this distance because we're going to have parts like that. So the next thing I want to do is take this center line. In fact, let's take the center line and we're going to pull it all the way down to the tip of the bonnet. So I imagine you're already kind of getting a feeling for how we're tackling this. And then if we pull it down, unfortunately my blueprints line up really nicely. So let's put in 2 cuts for now. And we're just going to try and capture this shape as best we can. And remember the target is going to be super polygon shaped. So this is already causing me a bit of stress because I like everything to line up neatly, but I actually think, despite everything I just said, I'm going to put another point in here just to, and we're going to end up removing these, but we're going to have some tricky shapes here that we have to try and capture and then simplify. Now let's continue our profile down. So we're just going to work away. And I think I'm just going to have this whole point here. we're going to paint this in. We will probably add in some more loops, but for now, let's just get this shape in place. Okay, so we should have like kind of a profile of the front of the car. And then let's take this point and extrude it. So I just hit the E key to extrude and nothing happened. It's stuck on this middle line. So we just need to briefly turn off clipping. And then what have I got going on here? I think I've got 2 things selected, which I don't want. So I'm just going to make sure clipping's turned off. Always helpful to leave in the mistakes, I reckon. And now it'll let me pull across. So we're going to aim for here. And that all kind of lines up where it needs to. So there is a little dip in the bonnet, but we're not going to have enough polygons to do that. So let's carry on. So let's now mark out the top of this headlight. I'm going to stop repeating myself in a minute because you know what's going on, but we're not going to have this entire headlight curved out. But if I just square it off now, I might not capture the actual shape of the car very well. So I did a bit of kind of digging into how they made these models for the older retro games, and they build the high poly, like quite a detailed model, and then they have to start simplifying it and reducing everything down. But they actually started with quite a high poly finished model, and we're going to do similar, but not quite to the same level of detail. So now we can link these two up. So, sorry, I just skipped over all the steps there. So we're going to select each vertex, and we're going to hit the F key to connect, to make an edge. So now we need to try and kind of match the number of vertices we've got here. So let's put our loop cut in here, and a loop cut in here, and let's see what we've got. So there's a little bit of housekeeping I want to do before we go any further, and that is this Vert collection should not be in the blueprint section because it means we can't select it. So we're going to move that out. We're going to rename it main body, and we're going to save our file as something new. So and I'm going to make all of these kind of intermediate steps available on Patreon as well if you want to grab them, so that you can see, you know, if you want to jump in at a certain point, or you just want to see how the sausage is made, you can see all the steps. That's a weird analogy, isn't it? Okay, let's finish off this back section. So we're just going to turn on our clipping again, make sure that's turned on. And we're going to extrude to here. And if we just flip to the back, it's a little bit trickier to see because we've got this signature Impreza wing, but I think that's kind of, I think it is a pretty flat edge there. From the blueprints, it looks like this comes down a little bit. That goes up. Okay, and we're using a system where we have, for this entire roof section, we're going to continue this idea of 3 verts across. So let's put a loop cut in here. What I actually want to do is bring this point, maybe we're going to go up to here for now, because we want to capture this part of the rear window. And again, you can see that we've got 3 vertices across. So it's good to have some rules at this point. It helps with a lot of things. It helps with the overall design. It's also going to help with grid filling, which we're going to do later on, where we need even counts all around. So we've made some changes to the side, and every time we make any changes anywhere, we need to make sure that they are continued in the rest of the scene. So just place these in. And then with clipping still turned on, we're going to extrude this to the middle. And add in our extra face, and then we're going to go to the back view and just see how we line up. So a little trick that's really revolutionized my 3D modeling. I used to get so confused because you would look at this back view and you'd be like, well, is this the front line? Is this the back line? And I can see from here that it's like, it's this, because I already had one selected. But if I was going in blind, I wouldn't know. So what you can do is, in edit mode, using the drag tool, and if you haven't got drag selected, select, move to the select box here. If I then hit Shift and H, it hides everything that isn't selected. So I can just work on the back and just make sure that everything is lined up to my blueprints without getting confused. Honestly, learning that brought my car modeling on 500%. So, you know, we've got the start of the car here. Next thing I want to tackle, so we just need to unhide everything, which is Alt-H. So it's Shift H to hide something, Alt H to unhide it. And what we're going to do now is join up these faces. So set it to vertices and hit F, and then we're going to move into the side view, and then we need to do the same process. So put a loop cut in, move it to kind of along the same position, and the same deal here. And I think we're going to need another one in this part. So we're going to want to mirror that here. And these will definitely end up getting deleted further on, but let's get as close in as we can. And then we're just going to continue this profile. So I'm just going to move this up a little bit. And we'll just check that we've got the right vertices selected. So those ones, I'm going to hit F. And we'll do the same at the front. And then we want to put a loop cut in each of these. So that's kind of sitting on a perfectly diagonal line. That's good. There's a bit of curve in this one, so we'll just pull this up. So if we just take a second to look at this, you can see what we're doing is creating what is going to be our shapes. And, you know, to skip ahead in the process a little bit, what we're going to move forward doing is selecting these faces, vertices, and then hitting F, and we can start filling in all of our quads. Okay, so that's going to be the process, but I like to get all the guidelines in first to work out what needs to connect to where, and also just to get a sense of how things are looking. You can easily spot where your shapes are not looking right, and it's far easier to tweak single lines at this point. So let's pull this back slightly because we're going to use this to continue this line round. So I just want to go from here to here. And that is nice and flat. But we're going to use this to continue this line across under the window. And like I said, we're just going to keep tweaking as we go. Because we're dealing with such low polygon information, we need to make decisions about where things are going to sit. Okay, so we're going to move this. And we're going to put it all the way to the end. And then this should be becoming second HD now. We're just going to pull this back. And it looks like it's a very slight discrepancy in my blueprint, but not too bad. And then let's connect these two up for now. So we're just going to check see if there's anything strange on the top. I think that's good enough for us. And then do a little perspective sense check. Check we're looking right. I always find it interesting, the point that you can see the form of the car coming in when you know you've, I can kind of see that this is an Impreza already. So let's take, what should we do now? Let's maybe bring in this line here for now. Maybe going a bit early on this, but so we're just going to Shift and D to duplicate this edge, this vertice. Zoom in a little bit. And then we're just going to hit E and pull it all the way back. And then these are going to be completely out of whack on the side view. So it's this, I think this is this edge here it's referring to. So let's pull this down and let's try and work out what the bonnet line is. I don't think it's actually marked on the blueprints. So let's pull this down slightly and then continue this to the back. So there's going to be some guesswork here. But logically, if we look at the side view, or even the back view, can we see where this goes? So I think we're going to pull this over to here, because we know we've got the curve of the bonnet, of the boot coming in here. So this is just rough for now, but it's just helping us start to flesh out the shape of the car. Let's go with this. And let's fill in this back loop, which we are going to have to guess because it's kind of hidden behind the wing, but you can also get a sense from the wing where that boot is likely to go. So we've got clipping turned on. So we're just going to make one here and one here, and this will likely have to change, but it gives us an idea. Let's see if we can get any clues from the back. Maybe this whole lot comes up a bit. Cool. Okay, let's have a look at, see if we can do anything with the front bumper. So we're going to need to turn clipping off. And for now, we're just going to kind of guess how many of these cuts we're going to need. So let's do something like this. And we know it's going to terminate here on the wheel arch. That's looking pretty good, to be honest. I don't think we need to make many changes there. Maybe just pull the whole lot down slightly. And just flip to the front view. And this is where it gets trickier, because we can't see this edge. If you look from the side, this edge is hidden by this edge when you view it from the top. So you don't know where this is going. But again, you can kind of guess that it's going to follow roughly the same path. So let's hit the E key and pull this all the way to the side. And then we need to move this so that it's going to, I think it's going to land basically. Let's go with this. So I know it's like a little lip sticking out, but logically this is where the front of the bumper would curve around to. So now if we go to the top view, this is all very confusing. But what we can try and do is match this curve as best we can. So we'll put in our loop cuts. And we know that that's in the right place. So we're just going to try and bring a curve in that makes sense. So maybe it's a little bit tighter up here, and then it starts to pull away at the sides. Nice. Okay, let's start bringing in our wheel arches. And again, I like to have some rules here, but we're going to break them as we go. So let's start by hitting the F key to connect these. And then I want to get to one here, one here, one here, and then one here. And we're definitely going to add some more in, but I like to try and get a flat top on this arch. One thing I want to do is select both of these, hit the S key, hit the Z key, and then type 0, and that will straighten that edge out. So I think we're probably going to end up adding more vertices in here, but let's go with this for now. And again, this is a bit of a tricky part of the car to do because you can never really see how this part disappears. But generally, cars taper in at the side like this, and we know that that's where the back bumper goes. So let's assume that the front and the back do that. And then if we just go to top view, we'll select these four. We should be able to see how the wheel arch pans around, and it's a pretty flat edge. This is suggesting that maybe it doesn't go in quite so much there. And I'm actually going to smooth this edge out. That curve doesn't make a lot of sense like that, so let's see how we're looking. Nice. Okay, let's do this line that continues along the side. I'm just going to pull this all the way to the back. And again, it's kind of hard to know, but we can see that the wheel arch starts to come out here. So, and let's do the rear wheel arch. It's exactly the same process, and we're going to try and match the vertices. So we want one here, one kind of here, one here. Maybe we're going to bring it up to this, so we've got kind of the bumper termination point, and then we'll just go straight down. So let's just check these are flat again. Select both. Shift S, sorry, S, Z, 0. And check our overhead view, and I think this just kind of comes out a little bit and then curves back. Nice. And this seems like a good point to save before we go any further. So I'm just going to hit save incremental now so that it will call this stage 2. Okay, so let's have a look at the back of the car and let's just continue that profile. So we're going to select both of these, hit the F key, and then select the front end vertice, flip to the side view, and let's put 2 points down here, so we're kind of roughly lining up with this. And then this is a bit tricky. I think for now I'm actually going to put this in and we will simplify, but let's do something like this. So we should have the basic shape of the Impreza. The only thing left to fill in is this section here. So I'll select both of these vertices. I'll just zoom in a bit. And then we're going to go to the top view. And we're going to try and work out where this goes. So we know this line here is the top of the bumper. So what we're seeing here. And we're going to try and do the same trick we did before. So we'll put in a bunch of loop cuts and we're just going to offset a bit about what feels like a natural curve. And we'll need to tweak this later, but I think that's good enough. And if we just go to this back view, you'll see that the bumper on this actually flares up a bit. So let's do something like this for now. Just get that rough shape in. Let's pull this down a little bit so we don't have any slowly sloping faces. Nice. Okay, let's fill in the sides. We're actually making good progress here. I know it feels slow, especially as you thought you were going to be making a really simple pixel art car, but as we go, we're making some nice progress, and this is really going to help us moving forward. So let's carry on this door line here. So we're just going to select that and extrude. We're going to bring it to here. And I thought I was going to have to bring in some extra edges here. So we're going to make a loop cut, and we'll pull this down. And let's give ourselves another loop cut here. And then again, you know the deal. We need to just look at how this lines up with top view. So again, doors are a bit of a tricky one because if we go to the side view, there's always like a curve to the car door. And when you look at the top view, that's the furthest point. So it looks like the furthest point is just kind of below the door handle on the car. So kind of there, which checks out. I think we're going to give ourselves another vertice here. So another loop cut in there. So we've got something like this. And let's just have a look at how that curve's looking on the front. So I think we're just going to pull this in slightly. And then we've kind of got to guess what this is going to look like. But that feels like a natural continuation of the car door. So let's bring ourselves to the side view. And maybe this is actually too far in now looking at where that wheel arch is. So we're just going to pull this out a little bit. And for now, let's connect these two edges up with the F key. So this is a flared wheel arch. So it would stick out a bit. And we'll be able to make a judgment call on how much as we progress. But this is the wheel arch and this is the underskirt of the car. So this is going to be tucked underneath, which we'll be able to do in a second. So let's put another loop cut in at this end as well. And we'll just go to the side view and pull that down. And then we're just going to join these two up. And let's have a look in the 3D view, how we're looking. So this, I think this part needs to pull in more. Oh, so we don't want both selected. And what we could do, we could snap it so that it's anchored to this one. I'll show you how to do that. So we're going to select both of these. So select nothing first, select this one, and then select this one last. Hit the full stop, the period key, and choose active element. And then if we scale on the y-axis, so S, Y, 0, it will snap to. So these are now perfectly in line. I actually think this is a little bit extreme. And also, if we go to the top view, you can see that the back end of the car actually does pull slightly out. So I'm just going to move this back a little bit so that this feels less flared out. Something like that. And we'll need to fix the wheel arch as we go. But then I want to pull both of these under the car. So you get something more like that. And again, you know, you've seen cars before, you know what they look like. So you'll be able to tell if something feels a bit off. I'm just going to pull this a bit more. I don't really like how that's saying. Yeah, that feels believable to me. So let's carry on filling in the door. So So we're going to put a loop cut in here and a loop cut here. I'm actually going to put this here. So we're not going to get the shot line perfectly because we don't need that much detail. So same deal again, F to join them, and then we're going to put a loop cut here and a loop cut here. And we'll just pull this down a little bit. And then we're going to go to our top view, just see if these sit. Whoop, what have I done there? Back to our top view. I think these could come a little bit down, but we'll be able to judge this better when we've filled in all of our faces. So for now, let's go. In fact, let's select both of these. So I'm going to drag around here. I'm going to hit Shift and H. And then if we go to top view, so this one here, this is a bit confusing. I appreciate that, but let's go back to our 3D view. Confusing myself here. Let's select both of these vertices so we can see them. And we can see where, so this one needs to be brought down to somewhere more like this. And back to our 3D view, and we're going to check these two together. So I'm just going to pull this one forward a bit. And it's fiddly and time consuming and maybe a bit boring, but it's worth just taking your time to get these bits right now. Okay, so we're going to hit Alt and H to unhide everything. And then I want to pull this up to here. So now in the top view, if we just hit G and move on the Y-axis, it should snap into place. And then what I'm going to do is select these 4 vertices. I'm going to hit Shift and D rather than extrude, so that we're just pulling the vertices. And let's position that roughly over the line there. And then this is what's going to come down. And for now, let's select both of these vertices. So the same process as before, select this one, then this one, so that this one's highlighted. Hit M to merge, and we'll merge at last. And we'll just look if we can maybe bring these along a little bit. Same with these, so we're just spacing things out better. And we're just going to get this roughly in place. And I think we can connect these two together. And all the while I'm looking for any like tensions or things where it just seems quite jarring. And I think so far they're looking pretty good. So, and I keep repeating myself, this is way more detail than we're going to need for our final model, but it is to make sure that we've got all the forms in place and that the silhouette of the car reads correctly. And also you might want to make something higher poly than my final result. Like you can use these techniques to make really high resolution models. It's all the same ideas, but so let's carry on. Let's put 2 points in there and then select this one last and hit F to connect. And this is a bit messy and confusing, but I'm just going to pull this down on the Z-axis. And it looks like we can justify another point in here. I'm going to try and marry up to these. And let's just get our spacing a bit more even. It's good enough for us, I reckon. So I'm pretty happy that's the side of the car done. Let's carry on filling in the front of the car. Let's work out how that's going to go. There's a few tricky shapes ahead here. So the next thing that we want to carry on is this line here, or the bottom part of the front grille. So let's see if we've already got anything in place to work with. So we have this edge here, so this is going to be the one that we want to continue. And we've already got clipping turned off, so we can just extrude. Now really, this part should be on this edge, so let's move to there for now, and we'll adjust this one in a second. So let's try and match to these as best we can. And then we're going to follow around to somewhere like this. So just rough and loose at the moment. So let's pull this part forward. And I'm just going to merge these two together. So this one, shift select that one, merge it last. And again, as we go, you can see all the forms happening. So you've already got an idea if your car is looking right before you even started putting in your polygons. And now let's continue this light. So with shapes like this, we need to look for where we've got various anchor points. So we know that this flare is going to connect here. So let's put one here. And yeah, that's all kind of lined up for us already. And let's see if we can find this point here. So that's going to be this. This looks like it actually wants to come back a little bit now. And let's aim for another one here, another one here. So I'm just going to pull this forward. And if it's getting confusing, don't forget you can hide parts. Let's just connect these up. Oh, no, absolutely not those ones. Let's connect these up for now. And I'll just put in another cut. There's just so many vertices we're going to have to get rid of. But there you go. It's the classic bug eye Impreza. A lot of people really don't like the look of these, but I'm a fan. And then we're going to go to top view, and we're going to map out this line here. So something like this. And then this is going to pull up to make the outside part of the wheel flow. So just make sure we've got the right one here. It's pretty painless. We've really started to fill in some shapes now. I'm actually just going to connect up these faces here, so we can get a sense of how this profile works. So we go to this view here. Again, it's not going to be perfect, but you can see that we have captured where that curve would be. It's looking great. Okay, what should we look at next? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to slide this vertice up. So the way I do that is if I hit the G key twice, it will slide along the axis, and I'm just going to snap these two together. So merge at last. And we're just going to see how that's looking. Just pull that out. Just to make sure everything's kind of flowing. I don't think I'm going to bother marking all of these front parts in, because we're going to create these as pixel art. I'm just trying to see if there's any difficult shapes, but I think we can work with what we've got there. So the front's looking good. Just need to tackle the back of the car, and we're going to treat the spoiler. We'll model this separately, and then add it on, because I think it's overly complicated to use the mesh that we've already got. And again, it's a little tricky to see because I think we've actually got this line here wrong. So we need another vertice in here. Just pull the bonnet out like this, and we'll just tighten this up a bit. And then we're going to run this edge down to this corner here and pull it out so it lines back up on the edge. Sorry, I've got a bit of a sore throat from talking today. Let's select the back of the car and hide everything else. So Shift and H. And let's bring this line down to here. Any kind of point that we can see on all of the blueprints is really helpful. Now let's go down to this bottom point, the furthest extreme. So that's somewhere like this. And then we know we're going to put in an extra curve there. And then we'll just continue this along. And this is where things get a little bit tricky, because again, we can't really see the curve, but we know that this is sitting too far out. It can't be infinity along the car. So we're just going to pull these back so they line back up with the light. Something like this, and then this seems like the natural place for that light to continue. And for now, let's just continue that line along the car. So we'll turn on our clipping mode. And I'm just going to add a loop cut in and slide it down, tap twice on the G key to do that. So it went way too fast again. So I'm going to click a loop cut, then I'm going to hit the G key twice, and it's going to slide along that edge rather than being free. And then we're going to select the other way around. So this one, hold down the shift key, this one, and join up. Okay, we need to tackle this bottom bumper shape too. So we already know that edge is starting at the right point, but we're just going to double check on our blueprints. We should have moved that, yeah, kind of roughly into place. So how do I want to do this? We've got these 2 points, so we're going to select both of these and hit F to connect. And then we need to add in, let's start with 3 loop cuts, and we'll just move it to try and map out this face. And because the curve changes here, I'm just going to put another loop cut in and just try and smooth it along that line a bit. And the only other thing I want to add in now, I'm going to finish off this light, even though we're definitely going to just hand paint this in. But it's more to check that the direction of the back of the car is correct. So we're just going to check from the top view how this is sitting. So we know that, again, like we have no way of really knowing where that sits on these views, but if we bring it to the side view, we now know that it's kind of somewhere like this. And we can add in some more edges if we need them, but there you go. We've got the backlights in. Okay, so I think there's only one other section left to do, and that is just this slightly tricky flared arch at the back, which we probably don't need. But so we're going to hit Alt and H to unhide everything. And this edge here is going to carry on like this. And we'll put in a loop cut there. And we're just going to pull this towards this edge here. We're kind of guessing where this sits and what it does, but I'm pretty sure we're going to end up deleting that. But let's just connect these up like we did before so we can see how the curve works. And I think this needs to kick out slightly more. So we'll just make that adjustment. And then this needs to terminate somewhere. So let's merge these two for now. I don't think that's quite right, but it's going to get us to this next part. Okay, there we go. I think that is enough of the base of the car to start filling in the quads. So we're going to save again and move on to the next part. There are some details, like obviously the rear wing and these hood scoops that we haven't added in. We've also got wing mirrors and obviously the wheels to do. I'm going to keep these parts as separate geometry for now. I don't think there's a good reason to combine them together. I think it's going to complicate everything. So yeah, we're going to use this as our starting point. And now we can start tackling probably the easier part of the tutorial and definitely the most satisfying. And we can start filling in all the faces. And if you followed my previous tutorials, you'll kind of understand that this is the method that I use for a lot of stuff, but it's going to be nice and easy and nice and quick. So the idea is that if we select any four vertices, sorry, and hit the F key, we can join them together and make a quad. And then if we select the next two and tap F, we can keep working our way down. So stop there because we've got a joining line. So we'll select 4 and hit F again. And we'll just fill in this column because we've got nicely aligned quads all the way down. So, which can take, as usual, it's going to take our time with every part and make sure we don't rush anything. And a little tweak that I want to do is I just want to hit the G key twice and just slide this vertice along to straighten it out a bit. And now what we're going to try and do is a grid fill. So because we've got matching number of vertices, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 along here, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we've got 3 and 3. If we select, so Control Shift to select all of these edges and work our way back to the start. And grid fill seems to work best if you finish on a corner like this, and then we're going to hit the F3 key and search for grid fill, and nothing works. So I have this problem with grid fill quite often, and I've found that if I hit the H key, no, the Shift H key, to just view those edges and then try again, it works. So I've lost a lot of time trying to fix that, but there's a solution for you. And you can see that it's kind of factored in the curve and neatly filled in those quads. So that's looking good. And we can actually do the same thing now with the windscreen. So let's see if it's going to let me do it. Nope. So Shift H to hide everything else, F3 for grid fill, and there we go. Okay, so that's a big chunk of the car filled in already. Let's have a look at how we're going to do this window. So we haven't got any edges along here at the moment. So I think the easiest thing to do would be, let's slide this up slightly. So tap G twice, and we'll fill in this quad here, and this quad here, and then this one at the bottom. And then we've got 2 coming down, and then I think we can terminate this one across. So let's put an edge cut in there, and an edge cut in there. And look, like it isn't essential that we have quads at all, because we're making a super low poly model and we're going to resolve a lot of these into different shapes as we go. But it's good practice to kind of try and form quads where you can. So we've actually got a quad here, so we don't need to worry. That is 4 vertices. And then let's just fill in this one here. And it's nice to kind of smooth things out as you can, just to try and get more of a flow. So if there's any like really sharp edges, let's smooth those out. So we're looking good here. We're going to leave the back for a little bit because we've got some kind of decisions to make here. So let's look for our next easy win. It's not a huge amount of easy ones apart from this. So let's fill in our front bumper. And we should be able to select these 2 and tap F, and it should go all the way to the edge. And then we can do the same here. And we're going to get left with a try at the end, but I'm okay with that, because the bumper needs to terminate that way. And again, we might find another solution. Okay, so this is where things start to get a bit more interesting and a bit more complicated. We're not going to have all of this edge. It's too many triangles. And in fact, if I turn on, if we go over here to, I can never find this thing. Oh, it's this one. Check statistics. You can see at the moment, we've already got 79 triangles in the scene. So, and that's for half of the mesh. If I just apply that, I think it will. Yep, so we've got 158 triangles in the scene. And we're aiming for 500. So we're going to have to simplify a lot of stuff as we go. And I think for our sanity, the easiest thing to do would be to merge these 2 together. So we will select that and merge it last. And we haven't done anything major to affect the shape. And we're going to put in another loop cut in here for now. And I think we're going to end up removing it again, but that's okay. So let's select all of these and tap G to slide it along. And then we're going to put in a loop cut and slide this along. And I'm just going to go to the top view, because what we've done is we put like a little lump into our curve now. So we're just going to fix that, make sure everything's smooth. Just go into transparency mode and select these to make sure I'm picking everything up. Okay, so we're giving ourselves some extra edges. And so this is going to seem almost infuriating because we're going to delete a lot of these again. But so let's use that quad there. And then we're going to put another edge in here. We need this edge for this part anyway. And let's just go to our top view and see how this, whoop, landing all right. Let's try again. Let's go to our top view and see that this needs kind of pulling over anyway. And I was going to put a loop cut in there, but let's do it like this. So we'll select these 4. And then we're going to put a loop cut in there. And finish off this. So that's that shape. And then let's do, can't really do a grid fill because we've got lots of stuff going on here. So we're just going to select these 4. and fill the face like this. And then we're just going to have a look at the layout of the bonnet and see if the curve kind of looks right. So I think maybe this just wants pulling up slightly, so we'll put a loop cut in, because bonnets are naturally curved that way to cover the engine properly. This is where being a car nerd definitely helps. So now that gives us quads there and quads there. And let's have a look. We could do something here and do something here. And let's just finish off this part. And then natural, so we've got an edge here. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to hit F to make a line, or an edge even, and then let's just look at how this is curving naturally. So it seems to suggest if we put a loop cut in here, it would kind of follow this. So let's whack these in. That leaves us a chord here. And all the while you want to be checking, does this still look like a Subaru Impreza? And I think for the most part it does, which is good. Okay, so we've got a chord here. We've got a chord here, so let's fill these in. And we've got a quad there, so that's worked out nicely. And these edges are continuing along. So actually, we would probably be able to remove this quite easily, but we'll keep it in for now. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a triangle in here for now. And then we'll put a quad in. And again, shape's kind of looking good. I'm just going to edge slide this along, so GG. Okay, so that is the bulk of the front. So we'll look at how we're going to do these wheel arches. So we've got a quad here, so that makes it nice and simple. And then we've got one here. So the only issue is, do we resolve like this, leaving as a triangle? Do we... There's a few different routes available to us here. I'm thinking I might prefer... Let's subdivide this, or just put a loop cut in. Carry this edge on down here like this. And then let's run this into here. And I'm just going to switch the top view and just check to see if I put any weird lumps or bumps in. A little bit. So let's just pull this edge in a bit. We're not following the blueprint super well here, but the shape looks better. Oop. Okay, so we'll put a quad in here and we'll live with this triangle for now, but it will get resolved, I'm pretty sure of that. And could we just... Yeah, it's going to end up being more like that, so let's not worry too much about it for now. And then that gives us a quad here. And a quad here. And finish up with this one. So we're at 278, so we're already halfway there and we've got half the car done. Don't forget that's also got to include the wheels, so it's going to be interesting. I don't know if we're actually going to hit that target, but it's good to have something in mind. So let's do this part. So we're going to put in, how many we're going to need? Let's do 4 for now, and then just slide them along so they're roughly in place. And like I say, the advantage of this technique is that we've got a higher definition model than we're going to need. So you can make decisions about where you want to cut back rather than having to try and add bits in later on. And then we can fill in this back part. And then let's have a look at our back bumper, because I think that's going to be the next easiest win. So we need an extra vert in there, or we could decide that we just don't need that one, which seems to make more sense. Let's just remove it. So, sorry, I went very fast there. Select that vert, right click, and dissolve Vert. And then I'm just going to slide this along a little bit so it's straighter. We're making some great progress here. We're like 2/3 of the way done. I'm just going to take this point to save because I've been using computers a very long time and they don't crash as much as they used to, but I still don't really trust them. No trust issues. We've got this vertice. How am I going to worry about this now? Let's dissolve it for now. Can always add it back in again. But that gives us a nice flat surface there. This is a little bit trickier. It's more of a triangle, but I think that's okay for that shape. And then let's carry this one down. So let's join these two together. And this is going to need to come out of it if I follow the blueprints. How many times have I said the word blueprints, do you think? And you know what we're doing now, so we've got a quad there. I don't really understand why I've made an extra vertice there. I think I was trying to follow the blueprints really closely, but we don't need to. So what I'm going to do, another trick instead of dissolving it, is to turn on auto merge vertices, double tap G and slide it up, and then it becomes part of the, it merges together. So I'm just going to select all of these, and even though it's not strictly accurate, I'm going to bring these down a bit to make our bumper edge. I do find the trick with this is a weird mix of being methodical and taking your time, but also not obsessing too much. Like, get it in place, get a sense of if it's right, and if it isn't, fix it. But we're going to put a triangle in there. I'll use another triangle there, which is a bit weird. So maybe we will bring that edge back in again, bring that loop cut in. And we will use the J key, not the F key. I'll just undo that. So if we use the J key, it cuts across an existing face. If you use the F key there, it will make an edge on top of it. It's kind of hard to explain, but you don't want that. It causes lots of issues, so we'll dissolve that. Another thing that's worth checking at this point is if we go up here to overlays and turn on face orientation, you can see that some of the mesh is red. In fact, most of the mesh is red and some of it is grey. The red mesh, the normals are flipped, and when we try and smooth things, or even when you export it, basically you're looking at the underside of the face here, which in a lot of game engines and renderers is invisible. So we don't want that. So we're going to select everything, Alt-N, recalculate outside, and it should flip around. If it doesn't do that, you can also select the faces that you want, Alt-N, and flip. But I think most of the time it can work out. So I'm going to keep that mode enabled now. We'll see instantly if any faces are flipped. So we know we're going to smooth over, like we're probably not going to keep most of this light detail. The back of the car is going to follow the line round. So let's just delete these vertices now. And let's make an edge down there. Put a subdivision / edge loop in there. And we're just going to pull this out so it feels like it continues the line of the car. So that gives us that. Let's bring this edge in for now. We could just dissolve this vertice. It's not doing anything useful. Oh, except it was giving us quads, but okay, let's fill that in for now. So let's try and work out how this wheel arch is going to go along this crease. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to merge these two together. And let's have a look at the top view now. Yeah, it's kind of looking good. So we're taking a lot of liberties with this edge, but that's what super low poly modeling is all about. Does it still look like an Impreza? Yeah, it looks weirdly like a Audi A4 as well. Maybe it's the grey, but there's clearly some 2000s design language there. That's the coolest thing I'm ever going to say. Let's dissolve that vertex. We don't need that. And that means we can fill in this face here. We're immediately going to put in those vertices again. I just realised because we need them for the window. And we can do the same here. And I think we're going to resolve this upwards. So let's put a loop cut in here. And turn that into quads. And then we've got one here. And one more loop cut should do the trick. We've almost filled in the entire side of the car now. Let's treat ourselves to an easy one. So, is it going to work? No, of course not. So Shift and H, F3, grid fill, and we're back. Okay, so this should be pretty easy now. Let's put a loop cut in here. Slide it along a bit so it's not so stretched. And then let's put a loop cut in there to turn this into a quad. And this might look a bit funky. We might need to manually look at how our arch is going to flare. It's probably not great topology, but we're going to fix it. That's the other catchphrase of this channel. We are going to fix it. So it gets interesting now. Let's put one in here, which helps turn that into a quad. And then I really don't want another line. So I think if we just resolve this, if we slide it like this, and we slide it like this, that gives us a quad. And we're probably going to end up simplifying even further. So we could, let's keep that. I mean, we could turn that into a quad, but I think that's working. So we're just going to check to see if we've got any weird lumps like this one. Don't really like that so much. So I'm just going to pull that in. The wheel arch actually looks quite nice. I think we're good. We could maybe continue the flare down. But I'm going to leave that for now. The only thing that I don't like at the moment, I was going to say this wheel arch feels a bit unbalanced doing the loop cut, but I think actually if we just pull this edge forward, because again, we're going to get rid of this edge shortly. Nice. Okay, so the last quick job to do before we start reducing our meshes is to Alt-Shift these edges here. Just going to have one last look at that wheel arch. I think it's okay. And we're going to hit E to extrude, and we're going to pull it into the car. A bit further. Whoop. So G and then Y to pull it along if you stopped extruding. And then I'm going to hit S to scale, Y-axis and 0 just to straighten them out. And then let's just make some quick quads in here. And again, we'll turn them into something lower resolution moving forward, but something like that. Same trick at the other end. And there we go. So there's our finished body, 518 triangles, and we don't have our bonnet scoops, we don't have our rear wing, and we don't have our wheels. So we need to do some reducing, but this is a good point to save. So it's time to start taking all those carefully crafted quads and working out what we can simplify and get rid of. Because we're currently at 518 tries, and I don't want that many. So I'm going to make sure that auto merge is turned on. And we're going to start sliding some edges away. So to start with, even if we want to keep this curve, and I think it's a bit detailed, but we can get rid of these edges because it's essentially straight all the way down. So then tap G twice and slide it, and it will auto merge those. And we can actually do a bunch at once. So Control Shift to select those, double tap, and that's going to merge. And let's do the same at this end. So we can keep this curve But realistically, we probably don't need both of these. So let's slide this down and then do the same and push those into each other. And then if we just check our profile view, and we can always bump into X-ray mode, just make sure we're still kind of keeping the curve. Okay. Look, like you get to decide how detailed you want this mesh to be. It will work at kind of any detail level, but I just feel like this retro PlayStation 1 type pixel effect works best with a really low res mesh. So we'll simplify this part. We'll do the same one here. Just slide this down. And we also don't actually need this window detail. So let's just take these edges, slide them up. And obviously we've kept our older version. So if we make any decisions that we later regret, we can just roll back. But I think we could probably slide this over as well. And we're going to have to work out, maybe that's not the way right now. Let's take this one. Let's slide all of these over. I don't like that actually. Okay, we'll come back to that. We'll work out how we want that to sit. Let's see if there's any easy wins around the back for now. Everything's kind of pretty minimalized. We don't really want this edge that runs all the way along the back, although it does keep that shape. So I guess let's slide this in because that isn't doing anything useful. And let's slide this down. So we're going to select from here to here, and then we're going to slide down. And we can definitely get away with bringing this one over. And maybe this just needs to straighten up a bit. So still keeping the shape. Okay. So on the front, I definitely don't want this section. So we're going to slide that down. And let's merge this one into here. And then I think we could just flatten that. So we get more of this shape. We could potentially then move this over to here. Yeah, that's looking right. And we're just going to tweak this slightly so that we're keeping the shape. And we've also got a bit of weirdness on the front here. I'm noticing that. So I think if we just, this needs to be brought over slightly. There we go. Okay, where else can we simplify? Let's try sliding these down a bit. And then this up a bit. So we're meeting kind of in the middle. And then it's maybe a little bit pinched. I think I'm going to keep that in there. And then it seems like a good idea for these two to meet somewhere in the center. So if we just select those two and hit merge at the center, and do the same here, and the same here. And then we're keeping the little peak of the light. Everything else is simplified. And we could definitely take some more out of this, but I think we're about there. I think we've got our simple-ish shape. I mean, we could be really extreme. I don't think there's any point doing this. Let's try it. So we could take that whole edge and dissolve it. And you know what? We do keep the bulk of the shape. I think maybe we can get away with that. And suddenly we're down to 282 tries. So we've really optimized this model. These could be pushed back more. Yeah, it's not really changed the shape. Let's push our luck, see what happens. Yeah, nice. Just gonna maybe reshape this back bumper a bit. I think it's got a bit lumpy. Just gonna pull these in a bit more. Just try and keep the shape where we can. Okay, so we've got an optimized basic body, and now we need to start looking at how we're going to bring in the extra details, and then we can get into our pixel painting. Okay, so this is where we're at with our almost finished mesh, but we now actually have to put in some details, which, you know, you'd think this was going to be the hard part, but this is maybe the more fiddly bit, but there's nothing that we haven't done before, nothing too difficult to tackle. So the one I add in is the bonnet vents. And so it's bonnet vent here, one on the roof, and then we need to tackle the absolutely iconic rear spoiler. So we're going to go back into our overhead view, and we're going to turn on X-ray. And so if we look at the blueprints, it's a little bit hard to make out, but we have this inlet here, which I'm not going to model. We're going to draw that in as a pixel texture. But we have a raised vent here and one here, and I want to capture both of those. So first thing I'm going to do is, I've already selected this vertex by chance, but let's rotate to the side view. And we're just going to extrude it straight up. And it's not quite in place, but it doesn't really matter. You can see at this point, a lot of our stuff is not following the blueprints entirely accurately. And then we're going to stay in the side view, actually. We're going to extrude it back, and then we're going to extrude it down. So what we should have now is the profile of the, so excuse the amount of zooming in and out I have to do. It's an annoying setup on my Mac. So we have the profile of the vent now. So we're already halfway there. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to detach this object. So I'm going to select all of these and then hit the P key to separate. So I'm just going to do that again because I, as usual, gloss through it. So I select these 4 vertices, hit P, and then we're going to choose separate selection. Okay, and then we're going to select our new part, and we're just going to name this bonnet vent because things can get real confusing real fast. We're going to flip to the top view, and we're just going to extrude. Let's make sure we've got the 2 top vents. So again, maybe the top view is not a way to go. Yeah, we've got these 2. We could probably do this on the front, in fact. Might be easier. So you can see the shape of our vent here, and we're just going to extrude out on the y-axis, and nothing's going to happen. And that is because we've got clipping turned on. So we just turn that off. We'll extrude out on the y-axis again. And then let's flip to the 3D view because we've got our basic shape in place now, so we can start working these parts out. So let's extrude, go with the E key, and then we're just going to pull these down. And I'm actually just going to turn off X-ray so we can get a sense of where it cuts through the face of the car. And we have this edge here. It's a little bit hard to see on my screen. Let me just see if I can turn on cavity. That will help. Yeah. So we've got this edge here. And I think just to keep the flow of everything looking nice, we're just going to pull it back so that this sits more on this edge. And we'll do the same with sort of pick up all of these. We're just going to pull this back a little bit. Again, it's not strictly accurate to the Impreza, but I think it'll just make everything look smoother. And then we're going to hit F to face that off. And we have a little dip, I think, in the center. And this is the point we're just going to do everything by eye. So we want this to cut into the bonnet, and we'll just pull this up a little bit. And then let's look at this back lines here. So let's flip to the side view. And we can see that that basically carries on that shape. And we'll just move to the top view, turn on X-ray. And we're going to pull this in a bit so we can get some kind of sense of the curve. I might pull this back a bit now. Okay, so all we've got left to do is just join these faces up. And again, pretty easy to do in the 3D view. So let's select these 4. And then our other vertex is hidden, so we're just going to X-ray. Let's select those. And we just need to pull these down so they clip into the face. We can do a little bit of tweaking of the shape, but maybe we don't want this back part to be so curved, so we'll just straighten that out. I think generally we're all set, and we're just going to check that there's no faces underneath, which there aren't. So I'll come out of solo mode again. So that's the first vent done. Let's have a look at how we're going to do the second one. Exactly the same process. So select that vertex, and we're going to extrude it up and across. And I think we're actually going to terminate on that one. We've got one neatly in place. So let's pull this up. And we're going to do the same thing. So we're going to separate out these four. So select those four, hit P, separate selection. And it becomes its own object. So we're going to rename this. Whoop, that's the right key. Top vents. And we're going to do exactly the same thing here. So we'll select these two vertices and you turn off clipping. And let's extrude this across to get ourselves a starting point. Let's have a look at the front view, see what's going on. So it's pretty much straight down. So let's for now just rough this out. Okay. And again, this might seem like a strange approach. You could just start with a box, but I might work on these things gradually and check everything lines up the way I want. So we'll finish this face off and then let's just actually just pull this back a little bit. And then just push these inside the mesh a tiny bit. And you will also find that you might want to tweak the main shape of the car. We can do this later, but this look better if it was pulled down slightly. And then I think this needs to go forward a little bit. And down. Sitting cleanly with the geometry. Nice. So let's finish off this back shape. And I think what I want to do here is, let's go to top view. And bring up our X-ray. And it goes something like this. Like it's a slight curve in it. So let's make this shape. And then let's look at how that needs to terminate. So all of these parts need to come down. We'll just pull it down like this. Turn off X-ray, see how we're clicking through. And I might actually change the shape of this a little bit. So let's select these two, hit F, and then we'll delete this vertex. And then we can make this shape here. And we can turn this into a triangle. I think that'd be fine for this. So again, we've got this little crease line. I don't think it's too jarring, but let's try and follow that shape a little bit more. So just pulling the vertices back as all eight. Sit neatly on that and they look like it's part of the same shape. Great. Okay. So the rear wing now, which is actually probably the easiest of the parts to do. So we're going to flip into the side view. And let's try and see the shape. So I'm going to tab into edit our main car shape again. I'm going to pick up the vertex towards the back. So it's roughly in place. And hit Shift and D. And then we're going to extrude up on the Z-axis. And then I'm going to select both of these, extrude on the X-axis. And you can see that face is flipped, but we'll deal with that in a second. I'm just going to pick this one up and pull it back. So next thing I want to do is separate this. So select those vertices and hit P. And then we are going to Alt-N and flip. So this. Now, I'm just going to turn off the main car, but first let's name this rear wing. But turn off the main body so we can see our rear wing properly, just here. And I don't want to make this super high poly at all. So let's turn on X-ray, select both of these. And we're going to drag one end to there and one end to here like this. And then if I hit the A key, it'll select all of my vertices again. And we're just going to extrude on the Y, just give it a bit of thickness. And then we're going to put a loop cut in here. And a loop cut in here. And then we're just going to need to pull out to the 3D view. So we've already got clipping enabled. So we're going to extrude on the Y till they meet. And then you can see we've got these faces inside, which I don't want. So we're going to remove that. And let's turn on X-ray. Everything is flipped. So we're going to select everything with A key. So A to select everything, Alt-N to flip it. And then let's bring our car back. So we're nearly there. You know, it's not strictly accurate. It should be more curved, but we're saving polygons and yeah, it's really nice that you can 100% see what car this is now. So the only thing left to do is we're going to connect to the body shell. So I'm just going to put a loop cut in here. Get it kind of lined up with that rear wing. So the rear bumper, boot lid. extrude down on the Y, and I might just nudge this in a little bit. Nice. So we're going to use the backslash key to solo it, and then delete these faces. We don't want anything. All it does is add to our face count. We're not going to see it. And then making sure you've got auto merge turned on. We're just going to slide some of these edges because we need them for these parts, but they're not doing anything here. So if you select these, it's 3. Tap G twice and slide up, and then they'll merge. Tap down and they'll merge. And then we can do the same. I'm just going to check, but yeah, we can do the same here. We also don't need this detail anymore. This line doesn't do anything. Oh. Let's try again. I don't think they got it crazy. And we've got any more that we can terminate. This edge isn't doing anything. So we'll just slide that over. And this edge now is no longer doing anything, so we can slide that over. And you can see that our faces count has now gone down to 16 faces. What we could technically do, we'll do this maybe, yeah, we're not going to do that. I was going to say we could apply the mirror and remove this edge, but we haven't done all of our UV stuff yet, so we'll leave that for now. You can optimize too far. So, okay, we've got our rear wing, main body, and our vents. And the last thing to do before we add some wheels to this thing is to close up the base. So, nice user to do. We're going to select these edges, and we've already got our clipping and our mirror on, which is... We're going to extrude this out to this point here, roughly where the wheels meet up. And in fact, we'll just extrude a little bit under, and then select this vertex first, and then this one, and then we're going to merge it last, and do the same thing here. And then let's select these two, and then this one last. And then if you hit the full stop, the period key, and choose active element, and then we're going to scale on the y-axis. So S scale Y, and then 0, and it will just bring everything in line with that. So we're nice and neat. And we've got auto merge on, so our vertices should be merged. Yep. We also manually merged them. I just realized that. So we're now going to select these faces. Whoop, not that one. This one. So just make sure you're just selecting that edge, and then we're going to extrude again on the Y all the way to it hits in the middle. Our clipping will do its job. And then we can start facing these off. So big quad here. We're going to have a triangle here. You know, if you wanted really good quad topology, you'd put a loop cut in here, and then, but we don't need it. We're making low poly, so we're trying to keep our face count as low as possible. So that's the front. Oh, you've got to be really careful with this. I've joined a vertice on the wrong bit. So there we go. That one. This is why having face orientation enabled really helps, because you've got some screaming bright red if you connect in the wrong place. So same trick here. We'll give ourselves a try. We can do just a little bit more optimization as well. Like, these are minor things, but we could slide this one back to here, and this one to here, and this one to here, and this one to here. And again, you know, each of these does save you a triangle count. Like if you keep an eye on the face count there, and we just slide this one over. So you're looking for spots where it doesn't matter if you smooth the edges and resolve it away, which I think is where we're at with that. So I think this is time to save this version. Oh, something really important actually. It hasn't got any wing mirrors, and they're an annoying detail, but they can really stop a car looking weird. Quite often I'm working on a car and I was like, why does this not seem quite like I'm expecting? It's because there's no wing mirrors. So let's select this vertex here, and then Shift S, cursor to selected. And then I think the wing mirrors on this car are slightly weird looking. Yeah, they're kind of built into the side of the car. So turns out that vertex is not that helpful, but we're going to go Shift and A, and we'll make a plane, and it'll spawn at 3D cursor. But I think it's rotated on the wrong axis. So I'm going to rotate on the Y, and scale it down. And let's bring it kind of basically into position. We're going to keep these very low polygons, so something like this. And then I think I'm actually going to stop using the blueprints, and we're going to eyeball this a bit. So turn on XO so I can see where this vertex is going. And turn it off again. So I'll pull this one out. And then let's select these two. And we're just going to scale. But we're scaling on active element. So we're going to hit the full stop key and change it to bounding box center. And we can just pull this down a little bit. And then if we select both of these faces, extrude back. And then let's select these vertices and pull it in. Likewise, this can now cut more into the car. It's not letting me select my wing mirror because I've accidentally put it in my blueprints group, which I've locked for editing. So if you can't select it, just move it out and then we should be good again. There we go. So we're going to hit Alt and N to flip this, and it looks okay. What I might do is pull this out very slightly. Just going to solo this. Let's straighten this edge out again. So we're going to select both of these, that one second, change back to active element, scale on the Y. And then let's do an insert. It's adding a lot of extra faces. I don't really need this, but let's get it looking nice to start with and then we can tweak. Maybe something like that feels more like a believable wing mirror. Even though that's not really how they are in this car. I think I may go with that for now. Let's see if there's anything we can do to optimize this. So let's see how it looks if I just slide all of these out. A GG twice, but nope. GG twice, and then we'll just pull these up. Okay, I think we're going to go with this for now. Maybe we'll revisit it, but it's this face. And maybe we'll actually just slide these away now. So we'll just really reduce the polygon count on this. Yeah, I think weirdly that's looking better if I just simplify it more. Yeah, it's going to do for now. So we're going to select that, and then we're going to add our modifier. So we're going to mirror, and then using the eyedropper, we're going to use the main body to mirror, and we're going to set that to Y. Okay, so we've got our wing mirrors in place. And we are already at 250 paces, so we're below our count at the moment, which is good. But let's add in our wheels. So using the 3D cursor trick, let's select these faces, these vertices, and then hit Shift and S, cursor to select it. It's just at the bottom of my screen here. And it'll kind of get it roughly into place in the wheel. And then I found for my models so we're just going to tab out, so we're not currently editing that. And then we're going to hit Mesh Circle. And I found for the style that I like to work in, 12 vertices is a good amount for the wheel. And again, it's made this inside my blueprints section. So I'm just going to make sure I've got this highlighted for everything else I make next. I'm going to call this wheel. So I'll go rotate it 90 on the Y. And let's flip to the side view and get it kind of roughly in place. And for these low poly cars, I find having the wheel pretty big in the wheel arch just looks better because you haven't got much detail to fill the space. So let's pull this back now inside the arch. And then we're going to hit tab into edit. It's fine in this mode. If you haven't got everything selected, just hit the A key. And then we're going to hit S to scale. And what we can actually do is hit M to merge at center. So we don't need any detail on this. And then we're going to select the wheel. And then select face. And then hit A, select all. And then we're just going to pull this in. And you can see again it's flipped. Let's give the wheels a decent thickness. So you know the deal by now. I'm going to hit A, Alt-N, flip. And all we need to do is add a modifier to this. So we're going to add in our mirror modifier. That's the front wheels. So we'll just call these front wheels. And then we'll pull them back. So just duplicate, Shift and D to duplicate, pull them back. And it looks like our rear arch is a little bit lower than our front, which is kind of okay, kind of realistic. Let's just select all of these parts, make sure that it's got all of the body parts, and I'm just going to pull it up slightly. Rally cars always sit a bit high on the suspension anyway. So there we go. Let's save this version. And then we can start getting into the bit. Everyone hates UV unwrapping, but it should be pretty painless with this. And then we can finally get into the pixel art stuff where the real magic happens. So let's start with our wheel. Because if you haven't UV unwrapped before, it's maybe a good starting point. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a new material. I'm going to call it UV test map. And then we're going to click on this base color. And I'm actually going to change it to an image texture. And I want to click on the new button. And let's, for now, just set it to 4096. So it's nice and high res. Because we're not going to use this for anything other than doing the UV unwrap. And we will call it UV test image. And then here, where it says color grid, we're going to choose that. And we're going to click new image. And we're just going to go into our material preview. And you'll see that my wheels have gone pink. So now if we go to UV editing, what you can see is we have this grid, which occupies, basically, this is classed as 0. So 0, 0 in this corner. This is classed as 1 and 1. So 1 along the x-axis and 1 along the y-axis. And UV mapping is, they've literally just shifted the letters X and Y over to U and V. So you're telling a 3D asset how it has to be flattened onto a 2D image. Okay, and if none of that makes sense, don't worry, it doesn't really matter. So let's make sure that our shading matches in both. So we should go back to having our pink wheel. And we're only going to worry about one of these wheels because we can then tell the software to look in exactly the same part of the image for each wheel so that we're not taking up space making 4 wheels because we're going to fit everything onto this space. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to tab into edit mode, and it's going to be a little bit tricky on my screen. I'm going to scroll the menu back and forth. Hopefully you've got enough space. I'm going to Alt-Shift this edge. We're going to do the same on this edge, so they're both selected. And then we're going to right-click and we're going to tab, select Mark Seam. If we click off, you can see it's now got a red outline. And then we're also going to select this vertice here and click Mark Seam. I think we're going to do the same on the top. I don't want a huge space. So what have we done here? What we've basically done is we've told Blender we want to put cuts in here to break up the model to unwrap it. This doesn't affect geometry at all. It's just information on how we unwrap the objects. So if I now hit the A key and choose U to unwrap and choose angle based, you can see that we have all of our parts. I'm actually just going to expand this unwrap out slightly, and we're going to set the margin to now 0.01. We might even go at 0.1. So you can now see all 4 parts. And at the moment, this wheel alone is taking up all of the grid. That's fine for now. We can leave that. So our front wheels are now unwrapped. What I want to do now is select this wheel and then this wheel. I think I'm doing this the right way around. We're about to find out. Control and L. And we're going to choose copy UV maps. So no, I've done this the wrong way around. So we want to select this wheel first and then this wheel. Control and L, copy UV maps. No. Let's go back to where we were. So we're going to select this wheel and then this wheel. Control and L, copy UV maps. And then we also need to do Control and L, link materials. And now we have copied our UV map. And if we select all of these and hit the A key, you'll see you only see one set of information. So that's going to be really useful for the next part. Let's have a look at our vents. I'm going to join these on later on, but whilst we're UV unwrapping, it makes sense to keep everything separate. And I'm also going to keep my mirror modifier. So let's just have a look at what happens if we select all of this and then hit the U key to unwrap. You can see it's kind of done an okay job, but if I then apply the material that we made, UV test map, things are kind of weird around here and stretched, and it's because it can't actually disassemble this properly. If you try to flatten this, it's too joined up. So what we need to do is relieve the, I guess, like the tension in the edges. So we're going to select both of these in edge mode, and we're going to right click and we're going to choose Mark Seam. And then if we unwrap again, you can see we're going to everything's kind of flowing in straight lines. So that's another part unwrapped for now. And we might optimize and simplify this, but the trick is basically keep moving and make a start out. So before we go any further, let's actually just select all of these objects, including the car body, and then either the vent or the wheel. Control-L, link materials. It should all go pink. So now we know we've got our material applied, and I'm going to preempt where we need to put cuts in on this one. So I think we want one here and one here. And look, you can make as many cuts as you want. You could break it into individual faces, and we will do some stuff more like that on the main car body, but definitely helps to keep things grouped. So if we now unwrap that, generally wraps pretty well, I think. And let's look at the rear wing, just check we haven't got any geometry we don't need. So this is going to be a little bit trickier because we've also got this inside part. But this edge here, because it's mirrored, this will count as one automatic edge, so we don't have to worry about that. Let's cut this part out so we can treat the inside as separate, so we need to do the same on the other side. Mark C. Okay, let's just unwrap this and see where we're at to start with. So you can see that the inside bit is separated okay, and we don't have to worry about that. But the back part is not good at the moment, so we can either, I think it's best to treat these parts as separate for now, and we could maybe join them back on at some point, because we've still joined on this edge. So let's separate these for now. So we need to do this on this side. Mark seam. We're pretty good there. What I might actually do is just fully break this off. Because we're doing pixel art, it's going to be clear edges to everything, so it's okay to have. Yeah, that's looking neater. Great. Let's do the wing mirrors, because no one cares about the wing mirrors. So we're going to mark a seam. Let's just go all the way around. I'm actually just going to leave this one joined, and then we'll do the same at this end. Mark the seam. And then we'll hit A, selects everything, U to unwrap. It's okay. I don't really want this to be curving. That's going to be tricky for a pixel thing. So let's put in cuts here and here and see how we're looking. So we're neater. What we could actually do is then make sure this is joined onto the top here. So we'll clear that seam. Apologies if this is all a bit confusing. I think that's going to do it for now. We're probably likely to just have a flat color on there anyway, so it doesn't hugely matter. Okay, so now for the real meat. And a little good starting point is to tap into edit, make sure you've got edge selected, and we're going to hit select sharp edges. And it's going to look where there are like a stronger curve where you would naturally get tension. So let's just solo the body shell. And let's go with this as a starting point. So I'm going to right click and we're going to choose Mark Sharp. Nope, I'm going to right click and we're going to choose Mark Seam. Don't get those two mixed up. And then if we unwrap, let's see what we get. So it's done a pretty good job. It's kind of broken everything down. But we need to look in here to see if we've got, so there's something, this isn't good because you can't have parts overlapping. So we need to look at why that's happening. And I think it's because this part is still joined. So let's separate that away completely. And then we'll unwrap again. And there you go, we've spaced that out properly. Honestly, we could probably work with this as it is, but let's just check if there's any. Don't want to, I'd like this whole part to be one piece. So we'll clear that the seam. Apologies if it's a little hard to see. Yours also, depending on how you've made it, might not have seams in exactly the same place. So I've got seams all along here, which I don't want. So we'll clear that seam. I think everything else is going to work okay looking at this. So let's unwrap. Yeah, I think we're looking pretty good. So the next thing to do is, you'll see that this grid is huge in comparison to this grid. And at the moment, these are all taking up their own set of space on the UV map. And the reason that we use this checker texture is to get a sense of that scale, and also to make sure we haven't got things overlapping. So what we're going to do now is select our wheels, our wings, and our vents, and our wing mirrors and our body shop, basically everything. Could have just selected everything, but... And then we're going to hit Tab, and hit A, so we've got everything. And you can see now we've got overlapping everywhere. So what we want to do now is UV unwrap angle based again. And I'm actually going to reduce my margin now. And let's make it 0.1. It should kind of move in real time. So we just want a little bit of safety space around. Maybe we could make this 1.5, just a little bit of a buffer. And you can see now that there's something weird going on with our rear wheels. I don't understand. So this is good. It's good to see what the problems are in advance. So our scale is 1.1, and I wonder if it just didn't get... Let's try selecting everything again. Interesting. Okay, so what we're going to do instead is we're going to, with everything selected, we're going to hit Command and A or Control and A. And we're going to apply the scale. And let's try again. There's something weird going on with our rear wheel. And rather than worrying too much about that, we're just going to delete this wheel and duplicate it and bring it back. Because we could spend 15 minutes getting to the bottom of that problem. Or we could just use what we got. So this is our fully unwrapped model. It's like it's Christmas wrapping paper now. And we can now, at this point, start doing our pixel art. So we're going to save it, and then I'm just going to show you a little other option. So incremental, and then we go back into UV editing. And if we select everything again, tab out of edit mode, hit A to select everything. What we could also do is you could export this UV map. So if you go to image, or is it, yeah, UV, export UV layout, you can export this as a PNG or a Photoshop file, and you could paint in whatever software you use, so it will export the map. In fact, I will show you that. So I'm going to keep it set to 4096. So it will generate this map for you, which we could load into any software and paint. But we're going to use Blender entirely for this, because I don't want you spending hundreds of euros a year on Adobe Photoshop when we can just use Blender. So let's get painting. And here is the part in the video that if you've been following from the start, you've been waiting for, where we actually start to do the pixel work. And if you want to jump in at the same point that I'm at, you can get my files from my Patreon. It's $5 a month. You'll get access to everything as I put the tutorials up, all the source files, all the assets, and you can make sure you're following in the same way. It obviously really helps support the channel, but, you know, there's no pressure to do it, and you can follow this tutorial in full without needing to do any of that. So what I'm going to show you is the simplest way to do this, then the easiest way, which is not the same thing. The easiest way is a little bit more complicated to set up, but it gives you a lot more flexibility, and it's the way that I choose to work. And what I'm going to do in this video is kind of focus on doing a section of the car. I'm not going to do the whole lot, but then I'm going to make a longer video where I do the entire car from start to finish for those who want it, because I figured you probably don't want to sit through 4 hours of me painstakingly painting a car. You want to go and do your own thing, and once we kind of covered a lot of the basic principles, it's all kind of the same. So, but I also know from following tutorials myself, like I like to see all the work so that I can jump in if I get stuck or I want to see how something's tackled, and ultimately we all want to get to the same result. So how are we going to do this? So the first thing to do is let's go into our shading tab, and we're actually going to take this material and rename it. So we'll call it Pixel Matte. And we're just going to delete this UV test image. So everything should go white because all of our materials are linked. So we're already set up. And then what we need to do is make a new image texture. So we're going to Shift and A, search image texture, and we're going to click new. And I like to work in 256 by 256 pixels. Again, that feels like a sort of PS1 type spec. I'm going to call this pixel art layer or whatever you want. We don't need an alpha for this, but let's leave it on and let's set the color to, we'll keep it black for now. Okay, and we'll hit new image. And then this part is very important and I will show you why. We're going to change this to closest and then we're going to connect the color to the base color. Okay, and then we're going to hit the button that says texture paint. But before we do that, we need to make sure that we've got this layer selected. If you have any problems with things not showing up, 9 out of 10 times it's because you haven't got this layer selected, this image selected in the shading tab. And then we're going to go to texture paint. And this view will now shift to show us our UV map on one side and our murdered out black Impreza on the other in 3D. And if we go to the top with the tools, we've got our brush already selected. So what I want to do is change the brush to a pixel art one. So we're going to click on the large thumbnail. And then if we go to pixel art, we've got two options, paint pixel and erase pixel. And unsurprisingly, we want paint pixel. So let's just pick a color and see what happens if we paint on the car. Unsurprisingly, we're painting huge amounts of pink on the car. And it works in a 3D space. So, you know, as you drag and rotate, you'll see different angles and you can create this hideous monstrosity here. You'll also notice that as I paint on one side, it's mirroring onto the other. And the reason for that is because our UV maps are sharing the same space. And I want that for speed, because there's no point, you know, the bulk of the car is completely symmetrical. So there's no point in doing everything twice. And again, if you look at a lot of retro games, they had such a small amount of memory in space for textures that they did kind of duplicate things. So sometimes you'll see weird stuff like the numbers and the sponsor logos being the wrong way around. I think there's a couple of Gran Turismo cars where they just mirrored it and not thought about how that affects the logos. Okay, so we can change our brush size up and down. On my keyboard, it's a square bracket, but you can also change it in the size settings. So let's use those so we can get a much finer edge. And we can take it right down to being individual pixels, which is how we're going to be working. Okay, and I mentioned that it was important to have this shading set to closest, this interpolation mode. If you change to linear and then we go back, you'll see that things get soft and fuzzy, and it's because Blender, and it's the same in Photoshop and other image editors, is trying to smooth out the image. It's going, we have very little resolution here. I don't think the user wants it to look pixelated, so I'm going to try and blur and smooth it, but that's the opposite of what we want for this. So you can change this at any point, and we're just going to change it back to closest. So the easiest way to do this, or the simplest way, not the easiest way, would be we go into a texture paint and we would start by making the car, you know, an iconic Subaru blue, something like that. And then we've got our paint tools over here, and we're just going to choose fill. And for some reason, I didn't realize it didn't pick up on the, I think I'm going to fill that. Yeah, I didn't know I did that. That's good to know. So now we've got a blue car, and then you might go in and start painting in, you know, let's say we're going to pick a space for the color for the windscreen. So something like this. And then we're just going to go back to the paint tool, and we might start painting in the windscreen and working our way around and just treating it as one single layer of color that we build up on and change. Please don't judge what I'm doing now as how the final result's going to look. It's not going to be this. We're going to do this properly, but so we would just work on around. Definitely don't freestyle this. Let's put in the grill. And another thing that's worth changing at this point, you might notice that we've got highlights on the material. It doesn't look great as we're working. So let's just go into the shading tab, and we're going to turn the roughness fully up. And then we've got a much more kind of flat shaded look. And I also prefer to work in this view, the material preview. So I would start like this, and I'm also going to teach you how we're going to straighten out this grill later on, but that's less important for this bit. So this is just a very quick demo of one way you could do it. So you go in, and maybe we want a different shade of the blue to suggest some highlights. So I can use my eyedropper tool, and then you've actually got two colors here. So you can flip between them. You can have two colors loaded into your palette. And maybe I would paint like a highlight on this edge. A bit hard to see it. Just bump up their brightness a little bit. Making a real mess of this, but I'm sure you already get the idea now. Let's go with that for now, that'll do. So we could put a highlight in there. Maybe we would put a darker shade in underneath to kind of show some shadow. That's way too dark. But anyway, I think you get the gist here. You understand what we're doing. So this is one way to go and do it. And I won't judge you if you do it this way. But the problem is, if we then try and tweak anything, you're literally painting over everything by hand. And we don't want to do that. So let's have a look at the second approach. So the second approach gives us a way that we can build different layers of paint and easily tweak it. So say we wanted to make the car yellow or red, we would literally just fill this color in and it wouldn't affect all of our highlights and shadows and things. So the way I like to work is we're going to delete this layer and we're going to make something from scratch. So Shift and A, search image texture, and then we're going to hit new and we're going to call this base color and we're going to keep 256, 256. And just for speed, let's actually just fill it before we start. So let's make it our Subaru blue, and we can change this later. And we're going to hook this up to the base color again. So there we go, same as before. But now we're going to make another image texture. So Shift and A, image texture, new. I'm going to keep everything the same. And I'm just going to change this fill to, we're going to reset it. So I'm going to right click and reset to default value. That didn't do anything. Let's set our value to 1 and our saturation to 0. And then 0.5, yeah, 0.5. So it's back in the middle now. And your hex should read all the Fs. And we're just going to bring this down slightly below white. So we're going to get an off-white, and it should be something like, yeah, EC, EC, EC. The FFs at the end are to do with the alpha, so we don't need to worry about that. So EC, EC, EC. You get the gist. And I'm going to hit new image. We're going to call this layer value. And we just need to make sure that both of these are set to closest. Whenever you click on a layer, you'll see it previewed in this little window at the side. So we've got a slightly off-white layer and a base color layer. And certain value comes from kind of like illustration work where you work primarily in black and white and you build in the highlights and the shadows of the object. You're building out the form. So our value layer is going to be our black and white layer that we're going to use to define the body panels, the highlights, the shapes of the car. And we're going to mix that with the base color. So if we now drag this over and we're going to use mix color, and we're going to connect both of these up for now, and we're going to work out which way around it needs to be. And so at the moment, we're getting on the slider, if we move it all the way to the right, we get 100% of the base color, and all the way to the left, we get 100% of the value. What we actually want is multiply. And then if we move it all the way over, we're mixing this value with the base color. And what that's going to let us do is if we now select the value, and we'll just test it out first before we go too far through the process. If I pick a shade that say we're going to use for creases and I paint it on, you'll see that we get a dark line. And then if I pick a light shade, we should just about be able to see a highlight line. Now, I'm just going to work out if that highlight is strong enough. I think maybe we need it to stand out a little bit more. So we're just going to adjust our color here. And at this point, it would be a good idea to start making a palette. So what we can do is if we scroll this down, and I'm working on a little MacBook screen, so you should hopefully have a bit more space to show things. We're going to expand this color palette and click new, and we're just going to name it value palette. What we can do now is we're going to put, I'm just going to reset to default value and pull that up. So we've got pure white. So we're going to add that in. And then I think I want maybe like this color to be our base color. So this will effectively be our neutral color. And then we're going to give ourselves a couple of shades of darker as well. So I'm just going to keep working down. And with pixel art, it's really important to have the same set colors to come back to. So every time we're doing a highlight, we're going to use this pure white. And every time we're doing a shadow or a cut line, we're going to use this one. And if we need a darker shadow, we've got a third option. So let's go into our mid color, essentially our baseline. And let's just fill everything. And then let's use our, let's see if we can see our highlight. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so we've got more of a visible highlight now. Okay, so this should be kind of everything we need. And we're going to make further layers for things like decals and the lights, but we'll paint in things like the vents in the value because they'll be pure black. And that's normally quite a good place to start. So what we're going to do now is I'm just going to move this over a little bit. Also, just there's a couple of little tricks and important stuff to flag up as well. You'll see here in the image, we have an asterisk next to it. And that's Blender telling me, it's the same up here actually. Blender is telling me that the file isn't saved. So you need to save the image as you go. And I think I've got a folder. So I'm just going to call this Impreza value pixel. We've already got one in place. And if we go back to shading, and we do the same thing, I think this is, let's just save this out as, so there shouldn't be anything interesting going on at the moment. What you can also do, because I forget what, the way Blender works is that's a file that it now links to. But if you don't remember to save the images when you quit, and it will prompt you, but you know, if anything happens, you can lose stuff. So I find it's best to have automatically pack resources enabled. And then when you save it, it will automatically save the images. The other thing to note that you might just prefer working this way is that you can also paint straight on the UV map. And there's a little bit of a delay in it coming up, but. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to paint in all of the black areas of our car. And it's important that we shift back to the value layer. And I know this because I've just done 10 minutes recording this video where I was on the wrong layer. So make sure you've got your little off-white preview here. And we're now back to texture paint. And you can see on this side that we're now painting on the white layer. So I'm going to just add in a pure black as well, which, you know, we could probably get away with not painting that in, adding that to our palette, but it's just handy to have it. And I'm going to start working on this side, I think. So make sure you get your brush selected. I know that this refers to the chassis, so we're just going to paint in. And we can be pretty rough with it, but we want to make sure that we're not overlapping any other UV maps. And that's looking pretty clean. And let's do these wheel wells as well. So hopefully your UV maps match up with mine, but I will show you how to find out which part you need to paint if not. And I'm also going to show you what happens if you go over the lines. It's like old school colouring in. So because we're working on a value layer now, we can't just delete. We need to use our neutral colour. So you're going to be using this colour a lot, but you can just paint it back if you wanted to, you know, if you're trying to be super neat and tidy. And depending on how densely packed your UV maps are, you might need to be super neat. So that's this inside of the well painted. And let's have a look at this one as well. Nice, easy identifiable shape, so we're not going to struggle here. But how do we work out what these parts are? So we've got a couple of options. We could just paint straight on. And then we can see, oh look, there it is. So just going to carry on filling this in. And this is very scruffy. And it's a little bit closer to these edges than I'd like. So let's just zoom in. And we need to make sure that we've got all these. And, you know, just for the sake of not being absolute hooligans, let's just tidy these edges up a little bit. Not important, but it's just nice to see a neatly unpacked, unwrapped and shaded, textured even UV map. So let's just clean that edge up. Okay, so that's one way of seeing. And we've got one pixel that we've missed. You can see it here, and that was me trying to be too neat. Okay, so we know, we could probably guess that this is the other one, but let's just find a way of checking. So if we go to object mode, we just need to make sure that our, I've just turned off my gizmos, but you are unlikely to have done that. But if you can't see anything, make sure it's on. We're looking at this side of the car, and if I select a face, or I select multiple faces, we can see where it's on the UV map. And in fact, if I hit the L key for select link, it's already running to the seam. So select everything that is on that individual seam. Excuse me. Okay, so let's have a look at the back section. So we now notice this part. So we need to just go back to our texture paint. I'm just having to scroll across because I'm working on such a small screen, but hopefully yours is big enough to show everything. And we'll just paint this one in. Okay, and if you're keen-eyed, you might have noticed that some parts have disappeared from our UV map, like we can't see the wheel shapes anymore. And the reason for that is at the moment, they're all separate objects, and I'm quite keen to keep it like that for ease. But if you want to see all of your unwrapped objects together, we're just going to select everything at once, and then go back into texture paint, and now we can see all of our UV, so here's our wheels. And we're just going to do the same thing, we're just going to paint these. I'm going to do a nice big brush, make sure we get everything. And same here. So that's clearly the inside of the wheel because we didn't see any changes. That's the outside. And then I think this is our tyre. In fact, I know it is. So let's, for now, let's just make this all black as well. Great. And there we go. And I'm just going to hit save. And make sure that I've got my external data set to save. Yep, we're all good. So we don't need to worry about this asterisk now. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, I could have done this myself. You've literally just painted solid black everywhere. And that is true. But we're now going to get into doing all the individual parts of the car, and the workflow will start to show itself. So let's start filling in the front details of the car. And I just want to flag up something that I've discovered whilst working on these files. If, when you load it up, it looks like your value shader. So say you need to roll back to a previous save version, and I recommend saving new versions as you go. By default, this is set to sRGB. When I've loaded back an older version of the file to check over things, if it's set to sRGB, for some reason my value shader becomes darker. So if that happens to you, just change this to non-color and it will revert back to where it needs to be. So that caused me to scratch my head for a few minutes. So let's go back to texture painting, and we're going to just look at the first easy part of this car to fill in. So let's start with this space down here at the bottom. So making sure we're on our value layer, which we are, and we've got our pixel brush selected. And we can use a fairly big brush to start with. And we also just need to make sure that we've got the car body selected. So make sure you're in object mode, because sometimes you'll start to paint and nothing happens. So we're just going to fill in this, and because we've simplified the design so much, the blueprints are not going to match up perfectly, but they'll give us a starting point. So let's not worry about the fact it's going to be a bit wobbly there. Obviously you can undo at any point, but it undoes back to the point that you let go of the mouse button, which might not be what you need at this point. So we're just going to use our default value, paint this back out again. And then after a while, it's better to switch to the 3D view and look at the shape. And I like to have kind of rules in pixel art about how we're going to define shapes. And in this case, this corner, we either want this kind of curve or this kind of curve. So I think I actually want this for the front, so something like that. Okay. And now let's have a look at this grille here. And you can see already that our actual bumper line is higher than the shape that we've got. So we're going to overpaint slightly. We're going to start maybe up here. And you can also see another problem. Why is it doing that? I'm painting a straight line, but it's making things diagonal. So the answer to that is in the UV map. If you look at our UV map, the way it's unwrapped is it slopes down, which isn't a lot of use for us with pixel art. If we were working at a much higher resolution, you wouldn't notice. But because we've got so little data, we need to fix that. So we're going to go to the UV editing tab. There's going to be a lot of switching tabs, zooming in and out of views, I'm afraid. And we're going to look at, if we select this face, we can then see which edge it is, and it's this one. So we could do this by hand, and we'll start that way. We're going to select the vertex and pick this up, and then we're just going to use the G key to drag it, and you will see this straighten out. I'm going to do the same thing here. And now we've got a straight edge to work on. The other option, I'll just undo that, is if we selected both of these vertices, right-clicked and choose Align Auto. And we'll do the same thing here. And that's just going to straighten the edge, and it would make sense to do it here as well. So now we go back to texture paint, and you can see it's actually shifted our UVs up. So we're going to fix that, and we can just paint kind of loosely the shape in that we want. And we're going to have to use, pretty much from the start, we're going to have to start making decisions on our own. We can't just follow the blueprints because they're not going to match up. So I think maybe I want this to go a little bit higher. So I'll maybe do something like that and see how it's looking. And then generally pretty good, I think, but I either want this to be a less sharp drop off, maybe something like that. And then also I just want to bring in the badge insets or something. I think just the two will do that. Great. So that's that part of the grill in. And let's tackle the headlights as well. So I like to work pretty fast and loose and then tighten, fix the mistakes as we go. So let's try and get this to follow as best we can. But again, you'll see we can't have a super smooth curve because there just isn't enough information. And that's kind of the point. That's the whole point of doing it in pixel art, is we want that faceted stepped effect. Okay, so I know I want to be roughly this kind of area. And I think I'm actually going to flatten the bottom of the lights so that they run along this edge. Because again, we've got a polygon there. So let's go with that for now. I'm also here. Let's just fill in this vent here on the front. So I don't think we've done too bad a job with those lights. There's a little edge here that is not painted in, and I think we'll go into the UV map to do that. So we're just going to do that. I don't think we need to straighten these UVs yet. I might put in another pixel here, just continue that line around. I think this could be a bit later transitioning up, and maybe we'll try something like this and like that. But it's all just trial and error, and it's whatever works for you. I think that looks pretty good. So now what I want to do is put some highlights in. Again, like all pixel art stuff, it's good to have a set of rules that we're following. So I'm going to have every top edge above an inset having a highlight along it. So we'll run that highlight down. And remember, it's always mirroring on the other side. And then I think I'll actually put in a slight shadow line there. And then we'll come back to this part, but I'm going to paint a shadow in there eventually. Let's do the same on these parts. Oop. Clumsy. Accidentally switched colour there. And you can see already what a difference that's making. Like, it's giving a sense of depth. And let's see what happens if we paint in. I'd like a highlight on this edge too. So you can see we're going to have to straighten this out as well because it's going over the edge. Or maybe you're happy with that effect. You know, these are all your decisions to make. But let's rough this in for now. It's pretty good everywhere else. I think it's just a slight UV tweak at the top. I'm just going to keep working around. And we're going to have to do pay some attention there, or we could just step it down like this. Nice. Let's fill in these edges, and we'll do our shadows. And maybe I want a more pronounced shadow on this side because it steps in more on that point. And we'll go back to our shadow here. And you can see already, like, we are starting to get just a sense of depth to this that isn't there already. And, you know, from a distance, it's starting to look quite detailed already. So let's just have a look at this front bumper, see if there's anything we can do. So we're going to UV edit, and we can actually just select these vertices here. And if I just move it up slightly, so maybe if I move this one up, I'm actually working on the wrong bit. Let's ignore that. This is the other part of the bumper, so it's this one. It's always a little gotcha. So we'll just pull that up. And we'll pull that down slightly. We actually need these to be straight, so it needs to be like this. And then we're just going to have to get in and edit our back into texture paint mode. Remove that. So there's no way around it. There is a lot of stopping and starting and tackling different parts. Let's paint in the strip along the bottom. But as we go, as we work out which bits of the UV maps need fixing, you only have to do it once, and then you're done. So we're going to have to do the same at the bottom here, just to straighten this out. And they're all lessons to learn for the future as well, like when you want a UV unwrap. Again, you'll know what to look for, and I'm at a point now where I can fix these things before I get to texture painting, because I know what to look for, but again, I didn't want to gloss over the process. So I'll just carry on painting this. There's a little front splitter lip. I think that's pretty good for the most part, but I'm just going to see if I want to fix that, because it is stepping up a bit. It's uneven. Although, honestly, I think for this, probably okay. But if you did want to change it, go into UV editing, and it's this bottom part. Let's just look at, in fact, let's just select all of these. Right click, align auto, so then it's just straightened all of that out for us. And I think what I'll do is I'll also put a little highlight on the top of that lip, so that it feels like it's sticking out more. Let's go to our black and let's make it slightly. Let's just see if that's. Okay, I don't think that's really achieving anything here. Let's leave it black for now. We will add in a highlight at a later point. Okay, I'm going to just save incremental. And let's tackle the next part. Okay, so now let's jump in and start adding in some crease lines. So we're going to go to our front view. And I feel like this is where things start coming together a bit. So we're going to select our crease line color, which is this one. Make sure our brush is small, and we can just start adding in. And again, it's not going to sit exactly on the blueprints because we don't have enough space. So let's run this line across, and we're going to fix this issue on the side. Let's come back to this top part. So we'll just run this across as well. Nice. Let's do this one here as well. So it's going to be something like this. And we've also got two little lines here that we want to add in. So I don't think we've got quite enough space. And we're just going to freestyle this. So something like this. Oh, one there. And then we're going to want one here as well. Might end up. Let's see if we can do it like that. So I'm just going to paint out some of the light. And again, we're just making stylistic choices now to get the effect that we want. But okay, maybe we'll have a little bit of that back in there. Yeah, I think that works. Okay, and then we'll just, whilst we're here, we'll just paint our highlight line on the top of this. And put a shadow line in here, I think. It's already starting to come together. Okay, back to our front view. And let's paint in, so we want this edge here. And we've kind of already got, let's see how that's looking. We just have to try things out and see if they work. Yeah, I think that's okay. And we're just going to join up this gap because it's a little bit hard to do in the front view. So we can already see we're going to have to fix the UVs here. So let's tackle that now before we go any further. So UV editing tab, and we'll select this face, and we're going to vertex mode. I'm just going to pull this one up so you can see it is straightening out, but now our lines are not correct at the top, but that's okay. The bottom is okay. So we're just going to go back into texture paint, and you know the drill by now. We'll remove this one. Remove this one, and we'll paint in our highlight again. Still not quite right. Are we going to fix that? Yeah. So we've actually overstepped now. It's always just tweaking to get it looking right. And then let's go back to texture paint. So don't worry about the top of that bumper yet. We will fix it. And we're going to continue this line across and make sure you got your crease color selected. And we'll go across like this. And then let's try using another tool to get this line down. So if we go to stroke and change the strokes method from space to line, we should be able to then drag a diagonal line. But you can see the stepping's kind of irregular, and then I'm not sure it's going to give me what I want here. Okay, it's worth a go. We'll use that later on. So I'm actually going to go back into the 3D space for this, even though it seems a bit of an odd choice. I'm just going to make my line step down 1 pixel at a time. And if you're finding it's not always applying a pixel when you click, you can increase the size of your brush. That usually fixes it. So let's delete this. And then we're going to just offset another line. Do the same thing, maybe like here. So we've gone really off script now. We're just improvising this back. That is okay. That is what pixel art is about. It's about making something, you know, could you remember that that is not what a Subaru Impreza front split event looks like? If you can, you're an even bigger nerd than me, and I salute you. Okay, then bring our highlight around. And then I think I want to highlight this edge as well. Always just undoing if I make a mistake, or going back and painting with the original brush. And then let's give the impression that this is stepped out more. So let's just use that darker shade in there as well. And we should have room to do one here as well. So I think they're called canards. My guess is that's from the French canard. Looks like a wing. That sort of makes sense, doesn't it? Okay, that's looking nice. And you got a bit of bonus French thrown in. And let's continue our... No, I don't think I want to do that actually. I was going to continue our darker shadow, but I think we're okay. We can continue that highlight across. And this is really starting to take shape now. You can see the basic forms coming in. There's one more set of wings on this front bumper that I want to capture. So we have a lot of pixels to work with, but these are kind of rounded. So let's try just painting a highlight in. And we're going to have to make them not in the place that they are, if that makes sense, because we don't have enough pixels to work with. So let's just paint, make sure our brush is a single pixel width. That still looks pretty chunky. There we go. I think I want it a bit lower. So we're going to do something like this. And we'll do this one. And I think if I just offset it like that, and we could always try, I don't know if this is going to work. Could round it very slightly so it feels bigger at the top. No, I think I prefer it just being a single strip. So we'll do that one. And then we'll just work out where the one underneath it needs to go. I think it could be a little higher up. Like that. And I'll repeat that underneath. Okay, I'm just going to paint in a few quick bonnet lines, and then I think I'm kind of happy with that you've got a sense of what's involved in this. I'll show you the next part of the process. Like I said, I'm going to do a small part of the car for now, and then I will upload a longer tutorial where I go through all the steps. So in the front view, I can't actually see my blueprints anymore. So if we go to our blueprint section and choose top view, but we actually need to come out of texture paint just to test this, and then choose this image tab. If we go to the top view, should be able to pull this to the front using the depth button, and then we can see it again. So let's go back to texture paint. And now we need to make sure we've got our car body selected. And then I'm just going to paint in a couple of quick lines because you know what we're doing now. So back to our texture paint tool. We're in object mode at the moment, so texture paint. Back to our bonnet crease. Sorry, our crease color. And then let's just freestyle this line for now. It's pretty good. We'll freestyle this one. This would normally be my approach to kind of freestyle the line. That's pretty messy. And then work out what needs smoothing. So let's have a look at everything. So this line needs to come all the way across. And then we're just going to go back to our default value and just make sure this is 1 pixel thick everywhere. Look at the rules that we're going to make. So I don't like ever having double thickness on a single crease. And you'll find that just doing this really smartens up the line. Okay, so that's already looking better. And then we're just going to see if there's any spaces where this is doing the same thing. So I really want this to be an in-depth tutorial, but unfortunately with any kind of painting stuff, you have to make some decisions at some point, and it's never going to be an exact match for what I do unless you, I don't know, freeze frame every shot in the video and work out where I did what I did. But it's important to just get on with it, make the mistakes. And you know, I've painted quite a lot of these now, but I'm still coming up with new techniques the whole time, and each one gets better and more efficient, and you kind of learn little workflows that make sense and give you the results that you want. Things a little bit busy around here, so we just need to make sure we're not deleting anything we don't want. But what I really like about pixel art is it's very methodical. It's almost like another form of 3D modeling. Like you can just keep refining and tweaking. And does that bonnet line go all the way down the front? I think it does. Yeah, so we need to continue that line. And then, you know, the deal, if it's a case of working out where you want to put the highlights on this, I think definitely want one on this inside edge. I want my brush set a bit big. So I'm just going to do this one and then we'll stop. But once I get into a zone, oh, we'll fix this lower bumper. So once I get into a zone, I just find myself constantly adding bits and refining it, and, you know, suddenly hours have gone. Yeah, you can see it's got some depth to it now. Class, looking really good. Okay, let's have a look at this tricky front bumper. So we're going to UV editing, and we're going to work out which one we're dealing with. So I think for the most part, I mean, we could just absolutely straighten this edge up completely, and that might help. We're going to have to repaint all of this, so don't worry about what you're seeing on the screen at the moment. So these are all the front edge, and these are all the back edge. Let's use our old Align Auto friend, and we'll do the same with these three. And we'll do the same with these. And this one. So where this gets us, so we'll go back into texture paint, and start with, we're just going to use our default value and paint this out. And then let's try, so maybe we want this edge to be highlighted. Let's take our brush size down a little bit. And you can see that it's automatically following the curve because we straightened it out. So that's where we come a bit unstuck. So let's carry on painting this bit for now, and then we'll fix the other bit. And if I sound like I don't have a plan, it's because I don't have a plan at the moment, but I never have a plan, and you just work it out. So we could just straighten this again. Let's see what happens. And at some point we are going to have to paint a diagonal line, and that's fine, but so we're definitely cheating here, but I think this is good enough. And we could actually, just to help it not look quite so fake, we could put an extra step in there. Very clumsy. I'm trying to work on a MacBook trackpad, which is not ideal, but it does show that you can do this with any setup. So maybe something like this, and let's just fix that again. What's going on here? Zoom in. I think this is a UV issue more than anything else, so select these two, but we don't want to move that one, we want to move this one. So in fact, let's just texture paint straight onto the UV map instead. That should fix it. Yep, there we go. Nice. Okay, so I am just going to save my work here. And then let me explain the next part. So why have we done this like this? Well, we've already talked about the fact that if I wanted to change the color of the car, and we'll go into texture paint, and let's say we wanted a yellow Impreza, and then I hit the fill button, we can do that without ruining all of our work. So you can easily generate multiple variations. But what I also want to do is bring in two new layers. So I want to bring in a details layer, which is going to be things like the headlights and the grills, things that are not going to be tinted by the base color. And then I want to do the same thing with like a liveries or design layer that will then sit behind, sort of sit under the details layer, so that you're not, so things like windows and headlight glass don't get affected by what's underneath. Again, usual catchphrase of this channel, it will make more sense as we get into it. So let's just take all of these and move them over. And actually I want my multiply here. So we're going to make another image texture, Shift A, image texture, new, 256, 256. I'm going to call this details. And this time we do want to change color. We want to set the alpha to 0. And I think we can leave everything else as is. Hit new, and then make sure you change it to closest. So now if I view this layer, we've got that kind of PNG checkerboard effect in the corner, and that means it's transparent. So what we're going to do is this might take a little bit of fiddling around because I usually get these mixed up. We're going to take the output of this and put it into a mix color. And then we're going to take the color from here and put it into slot B. And then we're going to put all of this into base color. And nothing should change because essentially we're putting a transparent through. And even if we move the factor, nothing changes. We're going to hook the alpha from this into the factor. And what that should do is if we then paint, let's go back to texture painting, but we're also going to make sure we've definitely got the details layer selected. That's very important. So now if I paint, oh, still got my fill tool selected. If I paint, it shouldn't seem any different, but you'll see actually what's happening here is not what's meant to be happening yet. So we're going to change that. It's still interacting with the value layer, which we don't want. So we just need to make sure that this is set to mix instead. There we go. Okay, so again, this maybe doesn't seem that sensible, but we need a layer that isn't interacting with anything underneath it so that all of our whites and bold details remain sharp. Okay, so I'm going to go back to texture paint. And you can see now that we're painting entirely on a transparent area. So let's delete what we've just done. So I'm going to use my erase brush. And that's gone. And let's start by putting in a grill at the front. So it has this kind of slatted grill. And another thing that I like to do is make another palette. So you can have multiple palettes here. So if we just X this off and then make a new palette, same way we're making the interior, and we'll call it details palette. So now you can choose your values palette, you can choose your details palette, which is blank. And let's give myself this kind of color. I'm just going to use for the grill. And I think I'm just going to freehand this in 3D view. So start at the bottom and we'll do, I'm still in a race. Definitely watch out for that. It happens to me all the time. And we'll just paint in a grill like this. Oop. And again, maybe this is not completely accurate to the Impreza, but I actually think it doesn't go all the way up, or does it not go all the way down? It's one of the two. Let's have a look at our reference. Yeah, it stops there. So we'll go with that. And then also let's just paint in our badge at the front. And I might just bring in some other little shades of grey, just to kind of give it a bit of detail, a bit of a metallic feel. Maybe a bit more like that. Yeah, I'll revisit that. It's maybe not quite how I want it to look, but it's a start. Okay, and then let's have a look at the headlights. And again, we kind of need to just put in a basic shape and then see how it sits in 3D. So let's just mark kind of roughly where these lights are going to go. And then let's view them in 3D. So actually, you know, we're not a million miles away with this, I don't think. So I think this one wants to be more over here. And maybe we'll go for this kind of shape. So it's implying a bit of roundness, but we don't have the pixel information to go fully round. And this is actually like a scoop rather than lens glass. So let's paint in. And you'll notice that I'm not saving to my palette, which I should be, but I will show you how we can sample these colors again if we need them. So what we can do is we can zoom in on our UV map and use the eyedropper tool to make sure that we're picking up that color again, and then we'll just add it into our palette. And let's give ourselves a bit of a darker shade in there. Try and give the impression of like an inset. And likewise, I just want to sample this top color again. I forgot to save it, so we'll just add that. Oh, no, that's the same one again. Okay, so that was obviously the right color that I wanted. So we've got the kind of scoopy bits. I'll just try a slightly darker shade along here and see how that looks. Barely notice it. I don't think it's worth it, but... Oh, I actually quite like that. So, yeah, we'll go with that, and we'll just add that into our palette. We'll just select this one, use the minus key to get rid of it. And then also for the headlights, let's just put in some pure white in there. And let's just try something like that, just to give a sense of like glass and reflections. Great. Okay, and then we've got like a little indicator lens that goes here, I think. Let's just go to our blueprints. So this sits here. And it's going to be nothing more than a square, but... And then I'm going to switch back to the value layer and we'll just paint in the highlights and the shadows on this again, because it's kind of recessed. So back to shading, back to value, texture paint, and just always keep an eye that you've got what you're expecting. And we'll switch our palette back to value palette. So this is going to be pretty simple. We're just going to paint a highlight along the top. And a soft shadow, I think, along the bottom. And then maybe this whole thing just becomes a bit more shaded and then a bit less shaded. Yeah, so you can see now we've got like a little recessed indicator. Okay, so now I'm just going to add in one more layer. And we need to think about where this comes. So let's add in another base color. So image texture, keep it to, and we'll call it Livery. And again, we want alpha turned on. And then this is going to overlay. We want this under the value. So we're going to run a mix color out of here. And then connect the Livery and the alpha into there. And then patch that into B. Again, nothing should noticeably change. And then if you go to texture paint and, let's pick some Subaru yellow. And if we start painting our Livery, it's not going to cut into our details. So you're now free to, you'll notice that this is looking a bit soft and blurry. And that is because I haven't set closest. So you can see that Livery is interacting with the creases as it would do, but it's not interacting with hard details. So let's go to our shading and change this to closest. And there you go. That should give you everything that you need to follow this workflow. We've got all of our layers set up now. And I would suggest that you do things like your windows, door handles, brake lights, headlights on your details layer, and then painting all of your creases and your value lines, your highlights on that layer. And then you can design your Livery over your base color, or you could paint directly onto the base color if you didn't want to have that kind of flexibility. Okay, so this video is intended to be a bit standalone. So if you're following the full tutorial, you don't need this, but I'm going to go through the process of painting all of the rest of the car, doing all of the details. Don't know how long it's going to be. It's going to take us some time. So, you might want to bounce around, you might want to skip it. What we're not going to do in this video is we're not going to do the wheels. That's going to be a separate video. And I will show you later on how we're going to optimize it into a more game-ready texture. But for now, we're just going to get into the slightly slow process of painting the entire car. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to expand out this window. So I'm going to pull up from the bottom. And I'm going to zoom out on my UV map because I don't need that so much. But you can see at the moment I've got my base layer selected, and what I actually want is my value layer. So it's going to be a bit tough for me on a little screen, but I'm going to switch this to shader editor. And then I'm going to hit the N key to hide all the stuff to the side. And then I should have all my layers here. So this one is my Livery layer, which I'm not going to touch. It's my base layer. This is my value layer. So I want to be working on my value layer at the moment and make sure I've got my value palette up. And I'm just going to push this window to the side a bit more for now. So I've got more space to work. I'm really missing my big screen at the moment, but hey, it's good for showing everything. So we're going to pick up where we left off, and we're just going to start painting in the value to mark all the panels on the car. And I find the best way is to just work roughly and freehand and sketching the lines. And don't worry if parts break off or you get double pixels, because you're going to correct all of this by hand. And it's actually a lot easier to do with the blueprints out of the way. So it looks chaotic and messy at the moment, but so let's just paint in these parts, and then I'll show you what I mean. So I already know my rules are I want these to only be 1 pixel thick. So we're just going to take this back, and I don't ever want an overlap like that. And immediately that kind of smooths out my curve and looks better. Let's do the same down here. And then these should absolutely only be 1 pixel thick. I think I've just got my brush set a bit thick actually. So we'll just scale that down with the square brackets. And so we'll just paint in this edge. I don't know how much I'm going to talk through this tutorial. I think there will come a point where me explaining every single thing I'm doing gets a bit much for everyone, but I'll keep up the chat for now. Maybe I'll think of some interesting stories to tell as I go. Okay, and then we're going to paint in our highlights. At some point we need to start coming up with some rules about where, let's try and make this a bit neater, where we want our highlights to be. So it's also a decision to make. I could have run this along this polygon line, and maybe that would have made sense, but I think when it's rendered, and viewed from far away, I don't think you'll actually notice that these lines don't quite match up. So I'm going to assume that this is kind of sticking out a little bit and catching the light, but I don't think this one would be. I'm going to come back to doing the highlights on these later. Now let's just carry on putting in our edges. And halfway through, I'm just going to zoom out and check and see how everything's looking. So for the most part, we're already looking nice. It's adding a bit of depth and interest. Okay, we'll snap back to the side here. For some reason, I always rotate the wrong way. Again, apologies if that's maddening, but let's see what happens if we use our line tool just to show you again. So change that to line, and I'm going to try and pick up this one and drag across. And you know, it's actually done quite a good job there. So look at how it's looking. So I'm just going to clean up the double spacing. So we'll get that. You might decide on some completely different rules, and you should absolutely go with that if you feel it looks better with a different spacing. These are just the rules that I like to work to. So I'll change it back to line. Don't know why I didn't do this whole line in one go, but okay, it's not helped me out so much there, but that's what I'm aiming for. And then I think I'm going to try and do this one in a few goes, and it's doing okay for the most part. It's definitely going to need some cleanup. I think if I step that slightly above. Let's finish it off there. Okay, that's not too bad. It's a little bit of the back end's looking a little bit wobbly, but I think the front for the most part is okay. And the other good thing is this is all being done on the back, on the side as well, on the other side. So I'm only having to do this once. I'm going to leave this back window for now. I'm just going to keep putting in our guidelines. So do something like that. And let's do our door handles. And as we keep saying, like, nothing is set in stone. If things need to be different as we move forward, and we'll just change it up. But there's no point in obsessing about getting it perfect until you need to. And let's see what happens if I bring this line across. Okay, so we're going to go back to the 3D view and see what we need to clean up, but I think we've made some decent progress there. Yeah, that top line's not so good. I might just move that for now. So that's looking pretty good. You know, if at any point you're looking at this and thinking, this doesn't look good, that's understandable, but it will. We'll get there. Just connect that up. Connect that up for now. And I am going to run a line across like this. That's too thick. Let's zoom in and make sure our brush is small. And maybe we will just do a freehand run, trying to use the line tool. Something like that. Now, let's put in a highlight along this wing. So this is the other thing with my workflow. After a while, I just start working on whichever bit interests me at that time, rather than having a methodical approach to the order at which I do things. So I'll just clean this up. We might need to get in and change our UVs a little bit, but come on. There's a bit of overlap here. Seems like there is. So let's look at our UVs. I'll go into our UV tab. Something is not happy here. Yeah. So I've done a bit of a dodgy unwrap here, but it's easily fixed. So you can see we've got two sets of things. Let's just make sure this is turned off. UV sync causes all sorts of things. So we're going to go back in and just select these. And then we're going to move these vertices up out of the way. And that should fix some of the issues. And we can just bring this up, down. Okay, and now I'll just paint back in that top highlight. Could be overspill. Let's fix that. But at least we're not directly overlapping anymore. I think for this, that looks fine. I'm okay with that. Let's paint in a crease line here. Brush is too thick again. Nice. Let's see if there's any obvious other panels on the front that we need to bring in. So this actually connects to the light. So it'll be something like this. And then we need to look at how we're going to put our bonnet line in here. But let's tackle that in a second. Yeah, I think that works. Okay, we're making some progress here. You can definitely see the shape of the car coming in. So let's do the roof now. And definitely one of my least favourite parts is the windscreen surround, which I'm going to paint in black. And I'm also going to put off for a second. I'm going to do this nice easy wind first. So these are the rubber strips on the roof. And I'm going to make these 2 pixels thick, but let's get our basic shape in first. And I'm already breaking my own rules about spacing, but so we'll just tidy this up and then we'll double the thickness. And there we go. And we're probably going to continue that line down for the back windscreen, but nice chunky black line. And what we could do is we could actually, let's have a look at our colours. Maybe we're just going to bring in a more highlighty colour. See how that looks. Oh. Maybe I'll use this one. No, I'm going to add that in on the details pass, which is maybe where these should belong, actually. Maybe I'm going to repaint these on the detail layer. Because we want the livery to sit underneath them. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to undo all of that. A waste of time. And let's go to our details. And just redo all that work we've just done. But you know my rule. We leave in the mistakes. We don't edit them out. Unless it gets really confusing for everyone, usually me. Okay, and because this is now on the detail layer, I can use a lighter grey to highlight. So let's say the highlight's going to be along here. That's too light. Let's pick another grey. Something down here. And we'll just move it up. Oh, where's my black gone? Blender doing Blender things there, I think. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. So we'll paint in here. That should actually have a pixel there. Because these things aren't completely flat, and it's nice to have a bit of depth to them. So it's a couple of little things to watch depending on which layer you're working on. So because this is the details layer, I can't just paint the value back in. So I have to use the erase brush for this. And now if we go back to our value layer, we could also paint in a bit of a recess, like a shadow here. And you'll notice I'm very zoomed in to do this, so I actually have no sense of how the whole lot looks. And this might look awful, but let's try it. No, I think it looks good. I like that. It's got a bit of 3D depth to it. So let's rough in. Let's go back to the detail layer. Apologies, it's going to be really hard for you to see which layer I'm working on, but you'll get the idea. And let's start painting in our windscreen. And I don't want it to sit right on the edge of the polygon because it doesn't look great if I do that. And I think the best bet is actually to just freestyle this completely. Not follow the blueprints too closely and actually follow this polygon shape we've got. So let's start with that. And I don't want it to be 1,000 pixels thick, but okay, so we're just going to alternate between erasing and painting in. And I think we might need to tweak our UVs a little bit because it's pinching up here. But let's get our basic shape in first. So far, it's looking promising. I've already changed my mind about that. Let's go with something like that. I'm quite happy with this base shape. Maybe it needs to, having said that, I think it needs to follow more of this line. So let's take this out. Yeah, that's better. And it would be slightly thicker at the bottom, I think, but... So this looks a little bit junky. Let's see if there's anything we can do around here. So I think I just want to continue this down a bit. So we get maybe this. But with 3 pixels deep there, I don't want that. I think this actually needs to be stepped in 2 goes. You know, not bad for a first pass at this. Maybe we could just round the top off a little bit. It's not quite so severe, so just need to work out how we need to adjust that curve to reflect that. Does this need to come out even further? I think it does, you know. Sorry, I'm sure it's quite annoying to watch me constantly changing my mind, but remember, you're not trying to emulate me exactly. Maybe we'll go with that for now. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. The only bit that's off is this part here. So let's just, I think it needs another pixel in there. Yeah, it's pretty good. Okay, and then I'm going to add in another color for my window. So I want like a dark, really dark blue. Something like that. And then we're just going to use a big brush. Paint it in, and then we've obviously got to be careful when we go over the line, so we're going to use a big brush to start with. And then we'll start going smaller and refining. Being bold here. I'm seeing how much I can get away with. Okay, we've flown very close to the sun here. I don't know why, but when you start filling in the windows, even though they're probably my most hated part, especially if you use a nice dark shade, it really helps the model come together. Bingo. Nice. From the front view, we're making some real progress here. I'm going to take this opportunity to save it. Remember, you can get all of these incremental stages as I go on my Patreon. I really find this front badge irritating. I think I'm going to use like Japanese Impreza color. So let's just put in a pink badge here. Yeah, there we go. Much better. Okay, let's do our bonnet scoops. And I know I'm going to have to fix a lot of the UVs here, but let's go straight in. I forgot the separate objects. So we'll go back to object mode, texture paint, and whoa, craziness. So let's go and fix these UVs. What's going on here? There we go. So let's select these two, right click, apply auto. These two, right click, apply auto, and now I should have a much straighter edge to work from. I don't love how tight that is to the top, so I might be able to just move my UVs to the cross side. So let's just select everything. Yeah, that's better. And then I'm just going to erase some of these. So I want to strip down the middle. That's too thick. Something like that. And then one either side. Look at that classic Impreza bonnet vent. So now let's go back to our value layer and just paint in our usual highlights. And again, there's going to be some fixing to do for sure. But so let's run a highlight along. Make sure we're in pixel art mode. And then I'd like to run them along the top as well. Oh, that's worked out nicely. It's a little bit scruffy, but I think it's okay. So from a distance, that's looking really nice. What we could also do is we could actually paint a shadow on the bonnet. So let's go back to object mode. Back to texture paint. And let's use this shadow. And we're just going to use paint underneath. And there you go, we've got some real depth to that, like a baked in shadow. So now I want to just join up my roof strips because it doesn't really make sense for them not to continue all the way down. So we're going to go back to our details layer and we're going to use our black, and I think we can just sort of, so actually make sure I selected the black and continue that down. Is that the right shade? I think so. I think it's the lighting. Yep. And then we just need to go back to our value and paint in our darker shadow there. So what should we do next? Shall we do our back window? And again, I think this is going to be one where it makes more sense to just freehand it without really kind of following the blueprints, but it follows the shape of the polygons pretty closely. So let's run details. Finding the shadow from the room a bit distracting. I could just hide the rear wing for now. So we'll just work on this. Use the backslash key. So I might have this starting a bit higher up. And then I think I just want this whole thing to be a bit lower down. So here's something like this, and then we're going to need to just remove. Hope that one's okay. Maybe something like that. It feels a bit chunky compared to the front, but yeah, I think once it's filled in, it'll look okay. There's definitely some uneven parts though, so that needs to be like this. That needs to be like that. And then same deal, I want this to be a bit more rounded at the top. So maybe that. And then let's just fill this in our... Now, did we save our window color? We did not. So we're going to use our eyedropper tool on our UV map. And then we're going to use a big brush and fill this in. And we're going to make sure we're not in erase. I guarantee there'll be lots of times when you're clicking and nothing happens, and it will either be because you haven't got the actual object that you're painting on selected, you're painting on the wrong layer, or you've got an erase tool set. And before we go any further, let's add that into our palette. Okay, and then let's continue our roof strips. So same deal, you just want to terminate in a sensible place. That's not the right shade. That's the right shade. And we've got an extra pixel in there that we now need to erase because we can't paint that over the value. Then back to value and paint in our shadow. What's happening here? Oh, we've got erase pixel on. See, it told you it'd be something obvious. So now let's pick the right shadow color. And I was wondering what was going on there, but it's because. So let's actually just clean this up because it's just bad practice. So with that hidden, I can now go in and make sure we are on the details layer, and I want the erase tool. And we can just remove those and it won't affect the shadow. There we go. So let's finish off this bit by doing the roof scoop. So it's exactly the same process. And we want to be on the details layer, and we want to be in texture paint. All of these things are applied. This object mode needs to be changed back to texture paint. That's why I've got the tools. So we're in erase. See, I'm doing it every time just to show you all the mistakes you will definitely make. I would never make these mistakes normally. Absolutely not. So I want to give it a little bit of a rounded shape. But I don't want it to be that tight in on the edge. So we're going to tweak our UV slightly. So it's literally just one face to change. And if we go view, frame selected. So let's give it a bit more headspace. And let's align them as well. And let's give it a bit more side space as well. So we are cheating. We are changing the amount of pixel density, which is not really in the spirit of it, but it does make our work a lot cleaner. And then we're going to go back to our value layer. And we're going to paint in our highlights. I actually don't mind that spilling over. Yes, I do. I don't want it to spill over. Let's just paint in. Why are you painting so many? There we go. Really don't want to get that middle bit here. So, bound to be a UV issue, but there we go. And we'll do our edges too. Not way too thick. Okay, so I definitely got some issues here. Let's paint roughly what we want, and then we'll fix the UVs too. I mean, that actually, I think that looks okay. We could tweak it if you really want it to be, you know, if a job's worth doing, it's worth doing right, isn't it? So all you need to do is pick up these UVs, just move them in slightly on that edge. And let's go back to object mode and let's paint in a shadow on this edge as well. So with that selected, back to texture paint. I'm sure there's a better way of doing that. If you know a quicker way of just picking up something, please let me know, because I spend a lot of time switching back and forth. Something like that. Something like that. And there's our roof scoop looking good as well. Okay, time for another save. Okay, so let's get into painting the windows and the window frame, exactly like we did on the on the windscreen and the rear window. So we go back to our details layer, and we're just going to carry on with the same process. So I've got these in as cut lines, but actually they're guidelines for how I want this to flow. And there's a few little things to fix, but so I think I'm going to make these 2 pixels deep again. And we're just going to work our way down. So there's probably less talking to be done in this part, because I think what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to hide this mirror for a second. So we'll go into object mode and use the backslash key to solo it. And then we'll go back into texture paint so I can just see the body shell. And I can see how this flows down. I'm just going to make my brush a little bit bigger because it's struggling to pick it up. So let's just start by outlining everything. And, oh, bit clumsy there. This is going to be filled, but sometimes it's quicker to just undo the strokes that you've done rather than... This is the real challenge of using a trackpad. And yeah, that's going to be filled, so I'm not going to worry too much about that. I've broken my own rule there, but... Oh, sorry. Let's try something together and see if it works. What happens if I use the fill tool? No. Okay. Sometimes I find that it does a non-contiguous fill, and sometimes it does a contiguous fill. So it's definitely a setting I haven't worked out yet. You can look forward to an exciting tutorial in the future when I've worked out how it works. And, I could have paused the video, gone away, learned how to do it, and then claimed that I always knew. But this channel, I leave the mistakes in. It's all about the honesty. It's all about what I do and don't know. And hopefully somebody will pop up in the comments and tell me what I'm doing wrong. Then we're all learning. Okay, so we're just going to zoom out and check that looks okay. Yep, looking nice. So let's fill in our center pillar. Is this the B pillar? I think the one on the windscreen is the A pillar, and then I think whatever you have dividing the rear window is the C pillar. Exciting car knowledge. And then we're just going to double up the thickness here, so just work our way around. And the reason I don't paint both thickness at once is because my brain isn't smart enough to work out how it's double stepped without breaking the flow, if that makes sense. I have to have my thin line first, and then I can easily see how I confuse myself there. So that needs to be, yep, and that. And then this is a bit easier, even my brain can deal with this. So I'll fill that through. And we'll just pick up the erase tool. So we'll go back to pixel art, erase. I think something I'd like to do in the future is work out some shortcuts or learn the actual techniques between swapping the tools, because I'm sure there's a way of having, but it's something as simple as you push Alt and you erase a pixel. Should we try it? It's not as simple as that. I know that Control alternates between the 2 colors, so I do use that one, and we'll use that shortcut in the future, but let's just do this before I forget to do it, because I will forget. So that's double thickness. This is where it gets confusing, because we're now doing it on the outside edge, so it should be that, I think. Doesn't feel great. I think that's right. Let's zoom out and see how it looks. Will we just delete that? It looks a little bit jagged. Does it actually need to be that? No, definitely not that. All right, let's go with this for now, and we will work back if it's not correct. I think we're just missing. I think we need that. Yeah, from the kind of distance we're going to be seeing things, that looks fine. Okay, and then one last thing I want to do is this part should actually be, so the mirror should sit on essentially a bit of black trim as well. Okay, and what we can do now, I know how I set up my curve, but it looks a little bit wrong. So we could just, I think I'm just going to adjust my mirrors actually, not in the driving sense, obviously. So we'll just pull these down a little bit. Maybe forward a bit too. And go back into the texture paint. And it's not letting me paint because I've not got the right object selected. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to select our mirror. And we should just be able to use fill now. Make sure you're back in texture paint mode. Okay. The many quirks of Blender. Still got the body shell selected. It's just doing this to make it look stupid, isn't it? There we go. And now our mirrors are black as well. And interestingly, it's spilled a little bit onto the base here, so let's fix that. I don't know why it's done that. Back out of fill mode, into erase mode. There we go. Nice and neat and clean. Okay, so now we can fill in our window color, which is this slightly blue shade. Guess what I haven't done? Here we go, back to texture paint. And we're still in erase. That's the other thing. Okay, I'm using quite a big brush, but then, bottling out when it comes to the edges and just using the most square brackets keys to change my brush size, which is handily the same shortcut as in Photoshop. So it's so etched into my muscle memory. You wouldn't believe I've been using Photoshop for, I don't know, 20 years, 25 years now. I think it's probably the application that I could use blind without a keyboard and mouse. I need a keyboard, but I could just do it on shortcuts. That's such an exciting brag. Okay, so that's one window done. And we're going to paint in some highlights in a minute because everything's looking a bit flat at the moment, but base colors first, then highlights, and then your value. So in big spaces, big brushes. It's a real test if you can use a round brush and still just get into your edges like that. Oh, look at that. That's going to be too big. I'm flying too close to the sun here. Who am I trying to kid? I'm sure this would be a lot easier with a tablet, but it's surprisingly doable with just a tiny trackpad on the MacBook. Although you haven't seen my hands, you haven't seen the gnarled pixel art claws that I'm developing. I've been working on a complete car pack, and this is one of them. So there will be 5 pixel art, sort of retro 90s, 2000 rally cars for your own game projects, and they're coming in a variety of liveries and stuff, and it's looking cool. I'm pleased with how it's progressing, but yeah, it's a big old workout. Okay, so now I want to just give some depth to this rubber strip. So it would be kind of highlighted at the top. I think maybe, is that too strong a highlight? We'll use this one. Yeah, it feels better. I think this is going to be a highlight color on anything that is pure black. Before I go any further, how does that match up? I think actually we do need to use the, yeah, that's the shade we've been using for this. So it's subtle, but it just gives like a little bit of depth to. And again, these are just artistic choices. Like you might decide you don't want your pixel art to have this super pseudo 3D effect to it. You might be a purist, and I'm not judging you for that, but I like gimmicks and I like shiny things, and when those two things align, I'm painting a highlight on everything. And you can just see it makes it feel like the window is like more recessed into the car, which it is. It would be. And, you know, not to bang on about how much I love doing this stuff, but you get to make exactly the same decisions using pixel art that you do in 3D art with Blender. That, you know, does something look a bit plain? Okay, I'll bevel it, I'll extrude it, I will do something to, like it was a real turning point in my 3D work when I realized that nothing in life is actually completely flat and sharp. Like putting in a bevel on an edge just made things look so much more natural, and that applies with pixel art as well. That unless this is particular aesthetic you're going for, nothing should really be flat. And if you look at the rubber strips around the windows on a real car, you know, because you've got literally nothing else to do with your life, you'll notice that they are rounded as well. So we need to carry this over onto the windscreen, and I think that will help as well. Clumsy. Okay, so what we can do here is we can queue up both of our colors. So we're going to select this one. Nope, we're not going to do that. We're going to flip the color and then load in our black. And then when I make a mistake again, which I will, I can just use Control to paint it back to the shade that I need. Except I've immediately put it on the wrong blue, so I'm just going to undo that. There's also some stuff I want to cover in a later tutorial or part of this course. That this setup that we're doing at the moment works in Blender because we've got multiple layers and we can tweak everything as we go. And I think that's absolutely the way to work on a project like this until you don't have to, until you can't any longer. And that point will be when we export it into a game engine and we need we need it all baked into one texture map. So I will show you how to do that. Let's fill all of this in black as well. So this part will be the plastic that the windscreen and stuff sits, not the windscreen wipers, which we're not going to model for this. We are going to model some aerials, and I'll show you a cool technique for doing like essentially transparent parts, but nobody in the PS1 era was doing isolated windscreen wipers. And if you followed any of my other tutorials, you'll know that they're actually my most hated thing to model, and I'm glad we're not doing them. Let's also just let's put a highlight edge that kind of matches this flow pretty well. Just roughing it in because I don't think I've spaced it right. Maybe something like that. Yeah, so that's going to act as like a detail essentially. So that's just give the impression that there's like a bit of trim. It's a bit raised. It's not just one flat part. Let's just try this in the dark. I think I've gone too light with this. Yeah. And also we're going to, so we're just going to use Control to select our black and do the same thing there. So just holding down Control and painting uses your alternate color. Oh dear. Not a good time with this today. Okay, and this is very much where I start to get into the phase of doing things as I see them rather than having any big strategic plans. So let's switch back to our value layer, and I just want to paint in the highlights on this edge as well. And I think I'm going to have it so that the highlight there is suggesting this part is raised slightly, but I would have this part, this bonnet edge, raised slightly. And I want this to feel like a more dramatic edge because this is a physical part of the car that can be opened and lifted. A bonnet, or as the 4 Americans that watch my stuff would call it, a hood. And let's just try, that's too, we definitely don't want black. Let's just try putting our darker shadow in as well. So let's give the impression that I'm just changing my mind a bit here. I think maybe this should be the darker shade. Like this. And we need to continue this down. And then I think this should be our slight shadow. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, you can see that really gives it like a sense of this is a physical cut into the body. It has depth to it. It's not just like a crease line. We've also got a massive bonnet scoop to paint on the front. We'll do the door handles first, and then I'll show you the technique that I'm going to use because it's the same. Yeah, nice. And again, you know, I'm going to keep saying it, but it's up to you. You might not want. Do we want to run that across like that? Just to, yeah, I think so. I think that makes the bonnet feel much more detached. Okay, so let's run a highlight. Let's carry our highlight along this edge. But we'll put it, and we're going to do the same thing on the doors now to make them feel more removed. So I'll run that highlight along. I'll go to there for now. And, you know, I spotted another one that just wants, I don't think this wants to be as deep a cut, but it still needs a highlight edge. Yeah, we're really coming together now. So this is like my 3rd time through painting this car because I always practice it, and then I wanted to build one out for the car pack to test everything as well. So I've had a few goes through this now, and I think this is shaping up to be the best one yet, which you'd hope it would be. It'd be worrying if they were getting worse, but there is always the worry that, you know, you've captured lightning in a bottle once. You've made the perfect Pixelated Impreza, which let's be clear, I definitely did. And then when it's time to sit down in front of the camera and do it, you lose the knack. I didn't realise that these were that the WRC ones were the 4-door Impreza as well. Because I am a fragile man, I've always owned 3-door cars. because I think they look cooler, but they're not practical. Like it's a stupid way to live your life, especially if you've got friends. I don't like to brag, but I do. So let's just keep an eye. Yeah, look at that. So you can just see the actual depth of this now. I've been lucky enough to own some fun, weird cars in my time. Like nothing too fancy. I currently don't own a car because I live in a city, and there's two things that living in a city entail. There's nowhere to park your car. You can't drive anywhere. Public transport is good, and you're broke. So all of those things meant that I now don't own a car, but I do spend a lot of time thinking about the next car I would like to own and what that might be. I've never owned a Subaru, but there's definitely something about them. I think, I'm 43. I grew up watching Richard Burns, Colin McRae, Joachim Kankinen, and they're all Subaru boys. And obviously the Colin McRae games. Just going to check if I got that rear door light right, because that looks, clearly I just completely made that up. So it's actually just a straight line down. Interesting. And we are going to have to do something around this wheel arch, but let's not do that yet. Let's just carry on with where we're at. So I'm going to quickly put in our crease line and our highlight line. And maybe this is just sticking out slightly. I think on the actual WRC car, this would be black, but I'm going to keep it blue for now until I decide what I'm going to do. That's gone very wrong. Okay, let's work some magic on the door handles and let's think about how these might look. So we're going to do this all in value. So we're going to put a highlight there. And yeah, I actually think I want to highlight. Let's do something like this to start with. So I'm just kind of making this up. And then we're going to go for the darker shadow under here. No, we're going to go for the darker shadow under here. Like that. And then we're going to go for the lighter one. I think that's what I want. It's getting there. Let's just paint it. We've got a lot of layers of shadow here we could use, so we could actually go something like that. Yeah, there you go. You can see that actually has like a. I might even just curve this up slightly, but we're going to use the right color to start with. There's something not quite right here, and I don't know what it is. Let's try putting the darker shadow in here as well. Maybe this doesn't want to be that dark. Yeah, I think that's better. But let's make this back to the white. Maybe we'll just run that all the way across. There we go. Yeah, that was a lot of faffing about, but we got there. And I know me, so I will likely change it again in a second, but I know we're going with it. And with a darker shadow for here. Maybe if we just paint in. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and then let's quickly add in back to the details layer. And let's add in one tiny pixel to be the door lock. Might go a bit grayer on that, maybe more under the handle. Yeah, that's better. Okay, I'm going to save again, and then we will look at the back of the car and the roof, the bonnet scoop. So should we do the bonnet scoop? Because seeing as we've just done that technique, it's going to be exactly the same. So we've already got this crease here. So we're going to go back to our value layer. And we'll start by painting the edge in. And unsurprisingly, I'm not seeing anything. And that's because I'm using the wrong color. So let's put something in to start with. And then we'll switch to our 3D view and see if this actually going to give us what we want. Sorry, I'm going to, let's just go frame all. There we go. Yeah, I don't mind it like that. I think that shape's okay. We should probably just join it all the way up. And then when you think about what this actually looks like, so let's switch back to the top view. I don't have anything on the blueprints, but essentially we want a recess. So this bit is curved in, and then this bit is a sharper drop. So let's use the shadows that we've got for now and our highlights. So this would be a raised lip. We're just going to keep zooming out and see how that looks. But yeah, you can see that there's a cutout there. So let's assume that it's maybe going to go. Is it going to follow this edge? Why not? But this part might be more curved. It might not be such a sharp drop off. And then it's essentially going to do the reverse here. But I think I want it to start on this edge. So I'll bring in this darker. And we might even go darker like that. Yeah, there we go. It's much more of a drop to it. And then we'll just reverse that out. So let's make this edge slightly raised. And we'll just track it back. But we probably want to highlight all the way back. Yep, nice and quick and easy bonnet vent. And you can't really tell the difference between. Should we make this pure black? I'm just thinking because let's just make this absolutely pure black. Just so we've got some visual consistency. Yeah, there you go. Okay, that was easy. Nice and quick. We're pretty close now. Except when you turn to the back of the car and we've done nothing. We've achieved nothing. Back to the start. But you know the deal now, so we're just going to paint in quickly where we need stuff. And already we know that we need to fix our bumper. So let's ignore that for a second and see if we can work on here. And let's get roughly where the light's going to go. So fortunately this is a nice flat area. Okay, let's just zoom out and see how we're looking. Looking pretty mad there. I think I'm just going to undo that because I don't know what's happened. So we need to continue this line through, but and let's just carry that there for now. I might fix that. It looks a bit weird, but those are some Subaru shaped lights for sure. So it's always fascinating to me how little information you need before you can start reading something as the car that it is. So another plate goes down there. So there's not much else to put in. Let's try painting in some of this bottom curve. And I'm going to run this over. Yeah. And things have gone mad on the side. So let's fix that now. Let's paint on the side that we've got our view. So this is like a 3D projection issue that I thought I was painting on the side. On the face it was visible to me, and Blender's like, oh no, you're painting on the side here. So let me fill them with mad pixels that you didn't ask for. I think I want this to be straight, maybe with that lip there. Let's put this in as well. And even though that's angled, that kind of looks cool. It's kind of what I want, so. So back to our 3D view. Let's just go frame all again. It's easier than pulling out for me. Okay, we're looking ugly, but we are making some progress. So we just need to work out how we're going to join these parts up and we will tweak some vertex to do that, but at the moment that's looking a little bit ugly. Okay, so let's go into our UV editing mode and just fix this rear bumper. And we're going to zoom out, not that much. So it's clearly this bit we're dealing with, so let's just do the old align auto. I think that will, and we'll just do these two because this part is supposed to point down. And we'll go back into texture paint. And just want to make sure this is working. Yep. Okay, so we're just going to paint out this that we've added in. Way too thick. Crazy thick. Something like that, I think. And then let's also mark in at least the edge of this thing. And then also, this is a little bit fiddly, but I'd like to paint this part in, and we'll use some shading because this is where the boot line cuts into the rear bumper. You know, we're not looking too shabby here. We need to do some cleanup, but So we need to work out where this, oh, in fact, we know that that line doesn't actually go anywhere, so that's okay. So let's start putting some highlights in just to move things along. So I'll highlight this edge, but not like that. I'm doing a great job of this edge. And you'll see that we can't get it exactly into position because we don't have the pixel information for that. So we're going to apparently just paint white everywhere until we get what we want. And then we're going to tweak the UVs again. And let's highlight the top of the boot lid. Actually, let's not. One, because that looks really bad at the moment, but also I've got a different technique I want to use on that. But let's paint the highlight in here. And then maybe we'll use a darker shadow in here. So let's just go back to our blueprints, because you can see that it all pushes back here. So it's more of a number plate surround depth to it. And I might just put in a pixel there as well. And then we could go back to something like this. Just trying to get a sense that this lip overhangs. Class. And then I think we'll try and do something similar with this, so we'll make this a bit darker. And this should also have a shadow on it because the boot lid would cast some occlusion. And that will continue under these rear lights. And then this part, it's kind of raised. Let's go back to our blueprints. So this is another kind of vent deal, and kind of cuts in and then sticks out again. So we'll highlight this edge if we can. And this is going to be rough for now. And then we'll put a shadow underneath it again. And on this one, let's use the darker shadow. We'll taper across like that. I don't know if this is right. I'm kind of making it up now, but it looks right. It adds a bit of visual detail to the back of the car. I just need to work out how I'm going to terminate it here. I think something like this would do the job. Maybe that just needs a bit of natural. It's maybe not working quite right. It's this bit here that looks odd. So let's just try making this the natural shade of the car. Maybe I should just terminate it earlier. Let's look at the side view. Definitely want to continue, but it looks a bit messy like this. So bear with, let's just try some stuff out. I think that's close enough for now. You know, I don't want to take up all of your time doing this. Yeah, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. I'm going to stop obsessing about it now. Okay, so what's left to do? Let's have a look at... So we do have a boot lid that we need to run in. So let's make a start on it like this. And we'll actually just hide our rear spoiler again. Stop being so big. And I actually don't know if it's got this, but I'm going to paint it in because it just adds a bit of interest. So we will bring in like the pillar line along here as well. So you know the deal, we could paint highlighted above it now. Let's just continue this back a bit further down the car. So like there. I'm not really sure what this curve does. Let's get rid of it for now. Something that I do want to do, let's do our highlights first, but then, so that we know that this is going to be the darker cut for this part. And that needs to continue. Across like that. So now we can paint our highlight, and we'll have this as the raised edge. I think that's a new panel that runs into an edge would have a raised section because everything's slightly beveled on a car. Nice. And there's just one more thing I want to do before I save again, and that is we're just going to paint in a heavier shadow here. So that the wing sits like that. And we're just going to save again. Cool. So let's switch to the Details tab, and we will get our rear lights filled in. So I'm going to use a darker red, something like this. Let's just add it in for now. Just doing the usual colouring in process. I once made a colouring in book of motorsport illustrations that I was very pleased with, and maybe this will inspire me to go back to doing something like that. It's a little error there that I want to fix, and also I think we need to bring that bottom of the light in. So let's just go back to our value layer and fix that now. So this wants to be the darker, and this wants to be, oh, it's already set there, so maybe we just need to I think I'm worrying about something that isn't important here, but just like to see a little bit of that. I'm just going to tap this so that I can undo, because otherwise I'm going to be drawing the same line over and over again. Yeah, that's better. Okay, and then let's flip back into our back view, and we'll take our red and we'll just bring the shade down a bit more, and we'll sample that as well. And then we'll just draw in, why is that not drawing anything in? That is because I'm on the value layer. So we're just going to undo that, and we'll go back to our details. Yep, there we go. Okay, so we'll switch back to our blueprints view. And we'll draw that line across, and we'll need to clean these up. It's going to be something like this. And let's also rough in, I think I could probably use like one of these greys. Let's get a sense of where this line goes. But we're going to have to draw this by hand because it's in 3D. So all of this is up for debate. You know what, I don't think we've done too bad a job here. I still just need to tweak this UV, so let's just clean up this edge and then we can... So going to UV editing, we're just going to select these two edges. And it's this part here, so we're just going to do this by eye. So this line here just want pulling up a little bit, and now everything lines up better without ruining the shape of the car. So I'll go back into texture paint, and I think for the most part this is looking good. What I want to do, just go have a erase. is we'll just put some slightly different shades of red in the mix as well. So maybe something like this for a reflector. And then what I also might do is, I actually don't know how this is going to look, but let's try it. We could do some dithering on these parts. So it's essentially just making a checkerboard pattern. Yeah, I like that. It gives a bit of texture. So I think we might do the same thing on this one. So we're not introducing too many colours to the mix, but and then let's just paint in. So let's go to our blueprints, but we've got an indicator lens in here. So that'd just be a case of it's maybe a little bit vibrant. And when I've got something more white, I tend to like to put in a bit of, just a bit of something to give the impression of some glass in there. So no real plan here, just trying to put in like a little, yeah, I think that'll do. Okay, I think we're kind of there. Just seeing if there's any obvious parts that I've missed. Oh, let's do some last little details. So let's paint in some bonnet catches, some boot catches, and they are going to have to be, like, we've got so little space to work with that I think they're literally going to be 1 pixel wide, and then we will paint. I'm going to do some shading to give it a bit more interest, but maybe something like that. And then let's do a rear number plate. So for me, where I live and where these cars competed, the number plates on the back are yellow. Rally cars have to have number plates because they drive between the stages. So let's bring this in. And we'll just clean out the edges. But we want to continue that shadow, so we'll just paint it a slightly darker. Except that's too thick. Let's just put some number plate that screws in. We should paint some highlights on the rear wing as well. Actually, it looks quite flat compared to everything else, so we'll do that before we finish up. But let's also put our front number plate in. And from memory, these were on the bottom of the front spoiler, and I think completely illegal for UK roads, but I clearly turned a bit of a blind eye to them. One rule for Richard Burns, one rule for everyone else. Okay, nice. We are very nearly there. Let's do the highlights on the rear wing, and then we can look at how we're going to do a livery for. So back to the value layer. And there's bound to be some bits to clean up on this, but and it's a separate object. We could have merged all of these objects, but I do find it's kind of easier and cleaner to keep them all separate. So we're going to highlight edge there. And you'll notice that it's automatically painted through to the... I painted something on the boot that I didn't want. So we have to fix that. I don't know where that's come from. So let's play it safe. Let's isolate this. Then maybe we'll just do like a little shade line here. And definitely here where it cuts in. And then also I think I'd like one maybe we'll do one here. Might look a bit weird, but so paint this in. And let's paint in some occlusion here as well. So occlusion is where natural shadows formed by like a lack of light in that, being able to reach that space. Yeah, it's just got some more depth to it now. So what did we do here? We broke something. I think it's in the value layer. So we're just going to Control-Shift-Click. Yeah. So we're just going to go back to our principal shader, so we've seen everything. And let's just fix the damage that we've done here. So back to texture paint. Take our neutral color, paint this back out. And I think we'll go for the darker here. We might as well fix this while we can. We might as well make things worse while we can. Let's just check we've not managed to overpaint anywhere else by mistake, but I think we're good. Oh, we've got something here as well. I wonder what happened. But you can see, because of this workflow, everything's easily fixable. I think I am going to call this done. The only thing I could paint in, oh yeah, the only thing left to do actually is to paint in something to represent the wheel arches, and we're going to have to do this by hand, I think. Do I actually want to do this, or am I best leaving it? Maybe we could just... Okay, I'm going to do this, and we'll decide if it's a keeper or not. So we're going to use the line tool to start with. Yeah, definitely looks better, doesn't it? Even if it's a bit wonky at the moment. So something like that, and then we'll go back to space. And then, I don't know how, I guess this would be part of the door handle. The door panel. So this should actually come down like this. And then let's just take this back to, let's clean this up. Yep, I think that works. So we just need to put in a highlight, I think, along this lip. No, that doesn't look good. Let's go with that. So let's highlight along here instead. And then a softer shadow in here. But only on this part. And then we'll carry on our highlight on here, but I might actually stop it there. Okay, let's just paint in this front one, and then we're going to call this body panel done. So we'll go back to line to start with. Something like this. It's a bit junky for sure. Let's start by seeing if we can tidy up our UVs a little bit. So I'm just undoing and working out how I want this to pan out. I think if I can just straighten that UV out a little bit. So let's just select all of these and work out where we're dealing with. I think it's really cool seeing the pixel art UVs so fast. So let's just pull this up a little bit. And maybe straighten. We know there's some slight issues there already. Yeah, that's better. Go back to texture paint. Let's just make sure we've got the body selected. I think I just need to pull this whole thing up a little bit, so. And genuinely, I would, if I were you following along, I would weigh up whether you want this, because this might be one of those things where you feel like it makes things look worse, and I wouldn't necessarily disagree with you, but I wanted to show you all the steps that I would take. And maybe this is something that I would change my mind about later, but it's kind of hard to show that in a video, that I would work through these stages and then undo a lot of it. But we might change our mind when it comes to putting the livery on, so now maybe we will revisit it. But as we keep saying, nothing is permanent either. You get to make these decisions and change your mind. Make different versions. You know, that's a reason I always save incrementally rather than just overwriting my file, even though it's taking up gigabytes of hard disk space. Okay, that front arch is not the prettiest, but I think it works, and I don't want to do any more of it. So we're going to save. And then let's just see what it looks like now if we mess about with the base color. So we could refill this. We could also just put a color ramp in and drop it in that space. So now we've got a black Impreza. Let's try, there it is in white. So already from this workflow, you could bake out a bunch of different skins in different colors, or you could bake out a white one and then tint it in your game engine. So we've got something nice and flexible. I always thought they look cool in yellow. I think if we just mess about with this slider, we can bump it up a little bit. So you can do some like non-destructive editing inside Blender as well. All right, good work, guys. Okay, we're now going to do the livery. Okay, so let's get this finished up and bring in our livery. And the first thing I'm going to do, boop. That was not what I wanted to do. I've just disconnected that, so let's hook that back up again. So let's connect our color back to our mixer here so that we're bypassing the color ramp. We'll leave that in case we need it later on. So we have a livery layer that we've already made, and I've just noticed that's set to linear and not closest, so we'll fix that as well. And you remember from an earlier video, if we choose like a kind of Impreza 555 iconic livery yellow, and then we paint on our car, you'll see that as I paint the yellow, it's interacting with the highlights and the creases and the cut lines, but it won't let me go over the detail layer, so we can very quickly work now without damaging anything that's underneath. And this is particularly useful if you are working on, say, multiple skins, or you want to create different color variants. It just gives us a lot of flexibility without having to rework everything all the time if we make any changes. So let's just undo all of that mess. And what I'm going to do is we're going to go to the layout view and flip to the side. And I'm going to bring in this reference image of delivery, which I will link to in the description because it's not my image. So we're going to bring it in as a reference. And I'm going to scale this up, get it roughly in place on the car. What I want to do is bump this to the front so I can see it, and then turn on our opacity. And we're just going to drop it down so we can see it overlaying over the car. It's not going to line up perfectly because, well, it's pixel art to start with, and we made a lot of changes, simplify it, and perspective, and there's loads of excuses, but we'll get it roughly in place, and we'll call it side reference. And then let's just flip to the perspective view. We're just going to push this back so it's out of the way, and then we're going to turn it off in perspective so that we have a clear view of the car. And then all we're going to do is the same process as before. We're going to knock back into texture paint mode, make sure we've got the body shell selected, and we're going to start painting. Let's just see if we can sample the color. Maybe we're going to have to just eyeball it a bit. So it's yellow, but it's got a little hint of green in it as well. So let's change it into texture paint. So maybe we'll just bump it a little bit over this way. I think it's something like this. Maybe it's kind of occupying. I'll do for now. So usual process, we're just going to paint in. I think I do want to make that a little bit greener. Just a tiny bit. So we're going to paint in our curves. And maybe brush it a little bit bigger. We're just going to freehand it. We're going to work out where it's going to terminate at the bottom. And as usual, we're just kind of working fast and loose. And then we'll fix up as we go. But I do find it's better to just kind of get some marks down and then switch to the 3D view and get a sense of where everything's going to sit. I'm not sure why it's not visibly painting on there. We'll deal with that in a minute. Looks like there's something in the way, so I'm not sure what's going on there, but we can work around that. So let's just kind of guess where this is going. Oh, look at that, that's a very straight edge, freehand edge. Maybe something like that. Why won't it let me texture paint on there? It's because we've actually run out of space, so it's doing exactly what it's meant to do. I think that's okay. I think we can continue this line across, and then maybe we'll just kind of go something like this. Bracket pixel art. So this curve is looking a little bit off to me. So we're just going to paint in a curve that looks better. Sometimes you want to follow the reference exactly, and sometimes you want to make some choices about, does this look right to me? And let's fill in the rest of this. I mean, actually quite a lot of this is going to be covered by a number sticker, but we need to do a few little tweaks to make that work. So we'll just fill it in as a whole shape for now. This is the door lock that's causing a bit of confusion, but let's not worry about it. Just kind of looks like a slight scruffy edge on there. We could always go in and change the color slightly. It's looking pretty cool. So let's continue this over and over. That's the first part of our livery done. And of course it's on both sides. So let's just maybe just bump my reference photo down a little bit, because I think it's sitting a little bit high. So it's going to go back into object mode. Yeah, it looks better. Fake it until you get exactly what you wanted, until a mistake that you made becomes part of it. And then let's just paint in this curve. Let's go quick and loose. It's not too bad. Not too bad either. We'll neaten those up. And we'll bring in this part. And then I'll see if I can just paint this as one curve. So another go. Yeah. I find it's easier if you do long unbroken curves wherever you can. Okay, and then we'll use our erase tool to just get rid of the bits we don't need in there. I think actually I wanted a bit of that corner sticking out like that. And then let's just see how we're looking in perspective mode. Pretty good, pretty good. Pretty, yeah. And it's very satisfying to see it doing all of the shading for you at this point. Feels like some kind of weird magic. Even though what it actually is hours and hours of painstaking work to get to that point. Let's just neaten this up a bit. So I think we have it slightly staggered like that. There you go, there's your stripes. Let's have a look at how we're going to do the stars. And we do have some problems here, because we're really going to hit the pixel limits of what we've got. And I'll show you what I mean. So if we paint like this, it's automatically snapping into a position that is off the line. And that is probably about as much information as we've got to play with. So they can't be, like, you see, if I paint there, nothing happens. And we need to make sure that they're even. So this is actually going to have to be either down here or higher up. Let's try putting it higher up. So you can see that they're not perfectly even, but I think they are slightly different sizes. It's an odd badge, the Subaru badge. I've never really questioned it. It's not as weird as the Alfa Romeo one. Obviously, that's the weirdest badge. It's the man being eaten by a snake. And if you don't believe me, go and look it up. So let's try for this big star. And we've probably only got enough pixel density to do something like this. We just want to make sure it's even all around. And then let's do this one. So this one is looking wider than the others, I think. So let's just trim either side. 2 more to do. That one's way off, so let's just remove that. And there we go. Maybe for balance, we should just move all of this over one, which is going to be a bit annoying because we essentially have to paint everything in again, but let's just do it. Let's just get it done. So that feels more balanced to me. I think. Did we actually manage to move that over? Or did I just... Yeah. I mean, it could maybe even go one further, or we could just move this whole thing over one. I think I'm just going to take this out and repaint it 1 pixel over. Because more than anything else, when you work in pixel art at this scale, yeah, there you go. Balance really matters. We could maybe thicken this up slightly just by increasing that out. Yeah, again, I think that really helps. Okay, I'm just going to save my progress. And if we go back to our... Why do I always go through 270 degrees rather than just this curve here? Not quite right. Let's just neaten that up a bit. And then also we've got these little details here, which we're never going to be able to paint all of it in, but we could give like an approximation of something. So we're literally just putting in a few pixels to kind of represent the shape. Something like that. And it's almost part of the effect. And I'm just going to freestyle something on the front, like a sort of Pirelli logo. And again, we don't have a huge amount of pixel information, so it's going to be something like, let's do this, and then one of these down, and then maybe like, so it doesn't say anything, but it looks like it might say something. But maybe we'll fill a bit more over like that. Yeah, that's much better. Your brain's already like, oh, that could be a Pirelli logo. So I think we're coming to the end here. I'm just going to paint in the number plate, not this number plate here, number sticker. I don't know what the correct term is. So we could make another layer, but I think for the sake of this, we're just gonna go for it. So that should give me enough now to come into perspective view. That's not looking very white, is it? It's kind of an off-white. Why is that doing that? Something weird's happening here. It is because this is set to color instead of mix. So let's pick up my pure white again. And let's put in some kind of color bar at the top. And we'll also just run kind of box type design. Whoops, fix that. No, we'll just do it again. Let's just frame it off like this. Yeah, I think that works. Could maybe... Does that feel cleaner? Yeah, I think that's nice. Okay, so there is one slight problem that we've got now, and that is if I paint the number 5 on here, and we'll do it better than this, but we've got a mirror image on the wrong side. So there's two solutions. One is pick a number that can mirror perfectly. So you could paint an 8 or a 0 or an 11. Maybe not an 11, you'd have to do the perfectly straight 11. So there's a few options there, and that's maybe what I would suggest, but I did want to get into kind of UV unwrapping, how we would avoid that mirroring problem, but I think that complicates this tutorial. So for now, we are just going to paint a number 8, and in some future lessons, I will show you what we can do when we bake out these textures to avoid that problem. But let's just cheat our way through this now, because this is a long video, and I don't think introducing a new idea at this point is particularly helpful. So you'd think an 8 would be easy enough to do, wouldn't you? But let's try and give it some kind of form. So I'm just kind of guessing here what I want. Is it shorter on the bottom half? I think it is. Okay, and there we go. I think I'm going to call this video done. So we've got our neatly textured, hand-painted Impreza that we can change the colour of and make liveries that never existed that look kind of cool. I mean, what would it look like on a you know, maybe they got it right to start with, but okay, I hope you enjoyed this. In the next lesson, we're going to tackle the wheels, because there's some whole different techniques for that. And there's a few methods I'd like to show you. And then we will cover baking out the textures to put into a game engine, and then you are done. Okay, so for making the wheel, what I prefer to do, there's two methods. You could do it all by hand, pixel art, but it's difficult because drawing circles in pixel art is very tricky. And I want to show you the method that I use. What I'm actually going to do is model the wheel in 3D, and then we're going to bake it into a pixel art texture. So we're going to start with a blank scene, and we're just going to delete everything. And let's bring in our, go to the overhead view, and we'll bring in our reference image again. So image reference. And annoyingly, the image is not super high res. So I'm just going to scale it up, and we're going to drop our opacity down. We'll try and line it up kind of roughly on the center point, but then also I want to just rotate it a little bit and try and get this spoke pretty much through the green line. That's going to be close enough for this. And then we'll just bump our opacity down a bit. Then we're going to start by making a circle, but before we do that, I'm just going to count the number of spokes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So what I like to do is do 4 vertices per spoke. So we make a circle. So, I mean, you can do this in your head, but it's always good to know that Blender will do the maths for you. So just in case you can't do 4 times 10. And we're just going to scale that out. We're only using this as a rough guide because we just need to make a super simple wheel. But there's some new tools in Blender that make it a lot easier these days. So we've made our outline, and then we're going to hit Shift and D, and we're going to scale it down. Something like this. And then what we're going to do is we're going to delete everything apart from these 6 vertices. So we're just going to box select these and delete them. Delete these and delete these. And then we're going to add a mirror modifier. And you can see it's now mirrored this section. So you'd notice that we've kind of got this like pizza slice already set up. And then we're going to add an array modifier. And in newer Blenders, you can now use circle, and this changes everything. So if we bump this back to a count of 10, you'll see that we've now got a complete circle. And if I say extrude a vertex along here, look at that, we're already starting to make a wheel. So I'm going to undo that for a second. One important thing is to hit the full stop key, the period key, and choose 3D cursor. And then we're going to hit Shift and D and scale and bring these down to here. That's kind of roughly in that spot. And we do the same thing again, Shift and D and scale, and we'll bring that there. And then what I want to do is select these 2 vertices and hit F. And then we're going to start to create our spokes. So something like this, and then something like this, and then we'll hit F again to join them. And just tweak that shape. So we've already done a lot of the work here. And now all we need to do is just join up these faces. So we're going to hit Control and R and make a loop cut. And then we can, exactly the same method that we were using before to make our quads. And, you know, we're not going to worry too much about these being perfect quads, but let's put a loop cut in there, do the same thing. And we're just keeping an eye on the shape, making sure it's looking kind of like we want. But remember that we're making a pixel art wheel, and this is going to be baked to a super low res texture. So any fine details you put in here are kind of wasted. Okay, so we'll take the camera, and we're just going to move this down a little bit. So I want to extrude this edge up. So we're just going to extrude it like that. And it's almost like, I guess like pottery, like every time you make any change, you see it happen across everything. We just want to delete these faces though, because we don't want those inside our mesh. And now let's extrude. So I'm going to edge select. And we're going to extrude all of these down. And then what I want to do is extrude the edge out, but towards the center point. So we're going to hit extrude and then S to scale. and pull it down, something like that. And then we can probably just join these four up. So we've got like an inner lip, and then we'll select this edge. So Alt Shift all the way around, and then extrude down again. And we're making some good progress here. So let's select these edges, and let's have a look at the overhead view and just see. So, and let's just scale this in a little bit more, and then pull this down. So extrude down, and maybe scale in a little bit so it's softer. And then hit E to extrude and scale, and we're just going to pull these all the way in. And we're going to hit a point where things get a bit messy, so I'm going to stop at this point. And we're just going to look at the overall form and check we're happy with it. What we could maybe do is take this edge and just pull this up a little bit. And we could also slide these in a little bit just to thin the spoke a bit more. It's up to you. I've kind of made things a little bit uneven there. I think I'll leave that. Undo back. Just I quite like it. I'm going to leave that in actually. I mean, I've already told you not to worry too much about putting in loads of details, and then there I am putting in loads of details. It's also worth doing because I've been moving a lot of vertices about quite often. I duplicate stuff on top of each other. So I'm going to hit A to select everything, M to merge, choose by distance. Fortunately, we haven't got anything laying on top of each other. And if we just wanted to smooth this out, what we can do is select this edge and this edge, vertices even, and then hit the full stop and choose active element, and then hit scale, S, and then Z, and then type 0, and there we go, we fixed that issue. Okay, I think that's enough messing about with this. So we're now going to apply our modifiers in order. So we'll apply our array, and then our mirror. And we're just going to, probably easier in transparent mode, we're just going to drag a box around these vertices, hit M to merge, and choose at center, just in case. And now we're going to go into face orientation, and you can see we've got some bits in grey and some bits in red. So we're going to select everything, Alt N, recalculate outside, and now we've got a nice clean mesh. So the only thing I want to do is, this is now pinched up, so we're going to select this, and then this one, and then this one, hit S, Z, scale down, that's now flat. And I think we could actually, what we could do is, because I had to make another hole in here, but I don't think that's worth, yeah, okay, let's do that instead. So after carefully fixing that, so select this middle vertex, and then I'm going to select more. I've got mine mapped to square bracket keys, just like my brush. And then we're going to delete that vertex. In fact, ignore me, just delete that vertex. There you go, that's what we wanted. And then we're going to select all of these. And because of how we've constructed the wheel, it might be a bit hard to just select all of them. I think it's detecting some breaks there somewhere. That shouldn't cause us too many problems. So I'll just go around and make sure we've got all of them. Maybe it shouldn't be this painstaking, but here we are. X. We're going to go back to 3D cursor rather than active element, and we'll scale in. In fact, let's use bounding box center and then scale in so it's flat. And then we'll just go to the overhead view and work out where this center hole goes. So like that. Maybe a little bit bigger, and then we're just going to extrude this down. So apologies, that was harder work than it needed to be. And I think we'll just get rid of our empty for now. So this is going to be our basic rim. And I also want to do the bolts, and there's really no point in putting a lot of detail into this, but so we'll go Shift and A, mesh, circle, and we'll set the vertices to 8 and scale it right down. And then we'll pull these over here. And go and tab into edit mode, and we'll hit F to face all of that up. And E to extrude down, and my face is flipped, so we'll hit A to select everything, Alt and N to flip the normals, and we'll just flip them like that. Let's just move this a little bit further along. And what we can use now is the spin tool. So hit full stop, make sure I've got 3D cursor selected, and then tab into edit, and with everything selected, move to the spin tool here, and we can then drag around. And what we're going to do is type in 360 here, type in 5 here, and use duplicates. And then you'll see that we've got 5 evenly spaced bolts. Could use an array for that as well, but that's the old method and I'm stuck in my ways. So now all we need to do is make 2 new materials. So, and it's not a Subaru for me if the wheels aren't gold. So something like that. And then we'll also just add in the bolts in black. And there we go. That is the wheel that we're going to bake into. So we're going to save this, and then we will work out how we're going to bake the pixels. Got the wheel set up. The next thing to do is we're going to set up our lighting and our camera so that we can bake this down to like a 32 by 32 pixel texture. So we're just going to go over and change our render to cycles. And we're going to switch into the rendered view. And then if we go down to the world setting, I'm going to bring this up to a white so that we've got nice balanced lighting. We don't want kind of reflections or shadows in this. Maybe you do, but for this purpose, I don't want that. And just so I don't go insane, I'm going to go down to film in my render settings, and I'm going to set it to transparent so I'm not staring at a bright white screen. And then the next thing to do is add a camera. So Shift and A, mesh, not mesh, Shift and A, camera down at the bottom. Absolute force of habit that. And then we're just going to expand out our transform. So it's the N key as well to do that. And we're going to set our rotations to 0. And then we're going to pull our camera up. Something like this. And now we want to find our camera. Let's scroll back up again. Go down to the camera tab. I'm going to change the type to orthographic. And now we want to change our render settings. There's a lot of settings to change here. Output settings even. I'm going to change it to, let's start with 32 by 32. And then if we go back to our camera, now we've got a bound. We're just going to change the zoom, the orthographic setting until the wheel is basically touching the edge. Now we can render this out now, but I don't want it to be transparent. So we're going to make another circle. So Shift A, mesh, circle. And we're going to tab into edit. Set the vertices. We don't want to be in spin mode anymore. And then we're just going to hit F to bake it. And then just, not going to extrude. So we're going to scale the whole lot out. And then we're just going to make a new material. And let's call it darkness. Let's be weird and gothic about it. And we're going to make it full black. I'm going to put the roughness up to full. And then we're just going to move it down on the Z axis until all of our wheel is visible. So it's going to act as our tire and also the negative space. Okay, so we'll just hit render now and see what we've got. And we should have a tiny image. And actually that's kind of a good start. It's a little bit soft around the edges, but we can just try and tighten it up a bit in compositing. So go to compositing, which is a tab over here, and hardly ever gets used. Hit new, we get this. It kind of looks like the other node setups, nodes for materials, or geometry nodes if you use that. So it works on the same principle. So we're going to pull this out, and we're going to choose Pixelate. And then we're going to patch that back into our group output. I'm going to set size to 2. So let's render our image again. And you can see now we've got much more of a pixel type look to it. And I'm just going to add something called posterize as well, which you might not need. Again, you might be happy with this. It's going to take a bit of tweaking, but what posterize does is it limits the amount of colors available. So you can see now it looks a little bit weird. Let's try increasing it. So there we get something that's using like a much more refined palette. and feels much more pixel-y. And again, it looks a bit weird on its own, but when we bring it into the context of the car, it will make more sense. And maybe we don't want to pixelate quite to 2. Maybe that's working better. I think I prefer that. The other option would be we could pixelate to 2 and increase size here to 64. It's all just trial and error. So I might go with that and then just try reducing my steps back down to 8 and see what we get. Yeah, that feels like a sharper pixel art image. So great. So we've rendered that out. So I'm just going to go to Image and Save. And I'm going to make a new folder for these. And I'm going to call it Wheel 1 Render. And what I'd recommend doing is saving the setup. I will include this in the Patreon files if you don't want to do these parts. So now you've got a setup that you can drop in any wheel into this. So I do have like a little wheel pack that I'm working on, which will be available to buy on my itch. Is it itch? Is it itch.io? I'm never sure. And you can just drop in any wheels from this pack or any other wheels that you've got about. So let's try dropping this one in. And as a bonus for any Patreon subscribers, I'll also put this up. So you've got a free model to test. I'm actually going to remove the tire. So I'm just going to tab into Edit and hit Link, the L key to link. And I'm going to remove all these vertices to get this. And we'll just scale it up to the bounds. And then if I render this one, we've got another pixel art wheel to use. So back onto our main scene now. And what we're going to do is we're going to unwrap these wheels, but we're going to unwrap them in a very specific way. So at the moment, it's just one object mirrored, which always makes our life easier. So what I'm going to do is we've already marked our seams here, and we had unwrapped them as part of our main texture, but I think for now we can treat them as a separate texture sheet, and then we will bake everything into one final scene later on. So let's go to our UV edit and look at what we've currently got. So if I just hit A to select everything, and then UV unwrap angle based. So this is great, but we've baked out our wheel texture into a square here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to shading, and we're going to delete the pixel matte that we've got on our wheel. We're going to make a new material of wheel matte. And we're also going to make a second material. So we're going to hit this plus button here, and then make a new, and we're going to call this one tire matte. Okay, and let's just set our base color to red for this. And then if we backslash in, we're going to select this vertex and then expand out. And then we're just going to assign our wheel matte. So I'll click on here and click assign. You won't see any change, but if we make this a blue, okay, you can see that it's currently applied to everything, and that's because we haven't applied the inverse yet. So if we now select invert, and then we'll go to our faces mode again, and we actually just need to expand out one more. So let's select more, and then we will assign our tire matte. So let's go back to our wheel matte, and we're going to go Shift and A, and we're going to add in an image texture, and we're going to open, and we're going to go to wherever we rendered out our wheel. And we're just going to change this linear to closest, and then connect the color to our base color. And you can see that it starts bringing our pixel texture, but we now need to tweak our UV. So all we actually need to do is make sure we're selecting all of these faces. So let's just do it this way. And we'll go UV unwrap angle based. And now we've got our wheel, but it's actually too big. So let's go to our UV editor. And all we're going to do is we're just going to expand this out a bit. So we've got some tire tread. And you're going to notice that we've got the pattern repeating, which we don't want. So it's an easy fix for that. We go back to shading, and where it says repeat, we're just going to change this to clip. And there we go. So it takes the black pixel on the edge and it makes that the limit. So there you go. We've got our rims. So let's just go back out, see how they look in the context of the car. Looking pretty good. Also, I like to put my roughness at 1, so it's not reflective at all. Okay. And how are we going to do the tyre tread now? So what we're going to do is, it's going to seem slightly odd to start with, but it's going to layout. And we're going to select each of these faces. Just to remember the trick for this, we're going to hit P. And we're going to separate selection. And then basically what we want to do is separate each of these edges. And I think there is a trick to it, but I'm just going to go around and separate each one by hitting P. So what we're doing is we're breaking each of these faces out into one polygon. Each individual select or object. And then we'll combine them all again. So that should be everything now. So go back into object mode. So I'm now going to go and select each of these, and we'll have to select them all by hand. And then we're going to go to UV editing, and let's solo our wheel. And that'll put us into edit mode. So we're going to hit A, select everything. And then you can see each of these vertex are laid out. But what we actually want is we want to be able to work on one part of the tyre and repeat across everything else. So what we're going to do is we're going to select a face, and we're going to hit UV angle based. And we're going to work our way around. So I'm just going to use the U key. And you can see that it's unwrapping each of these to exactly the same place, which is really useful. Annoyingly, if you selected them all at once and did the same thing, it would lay them out neatly, which kind of makes sense, but it's not what we want for this. Now we're going to select all of our faces again, and you can see essentially it's getting brighter and brighter. So we layer more on top of each other. And then just for my brain, so it makes sense, we're going to select all of these. So that's going to select every UV. I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees and push it back into the center. Okay, so let's start making this actually make a bit of sense. So now we've done this, I'm going to hit Control and J to go in the back together again. And I'm actually going to attach it back to my wheel as well. And so now we're going to go into our tire mat and go shading. And we're going to make a new material. And let's make this, let's go 32 by 32 again. See if that gives us enough. Might need to tweak this. And I'm going to call this tire tread. And we're going to connect that to our base color. And now we're going to go back to our texture painting workflow. So let's select our wheel. So we're just working on that. And again, I've noticed I haven't put my roughness up. So let's just test this to start with and see what we've got. So and you can see it's repeating across the tire, which is exactly what we want. And you'll notice that I haven't enabled closest. That's nice and sharp. So all I'm going to do is, using some different greys, I'm going to kind of put in a tire tread pattern. And it's maybe easy to draw straight onto the UV editor instead. I think that's a little bit too bright. Let's take that down a bit. So I can do something like that. And I'd just like to start with some kind of straight horizontal, vertical lines. Maybe something like this. And then we can use different, let's just add these in, even though we're just making more more colours. And maybe we want some, let's do some slightly angled. And you know, there's no right and wrong to this. Like, I'm just kind of making up what I think a tire tread would look like. You're hardly going to see this. Ideally, if you're making it for a game, it's going to be moving most of the time. But you know, there's plenty of reference patterns for tires out there to go and look at. So yeah, I think that works well on the edges. So let's recreate that on the other side. Okay, and let's try running some slightly different depths next to this. And then we could try doing something more. I think that needs to go all the way across. I think it looks a little bit strange having it separated like that. Don't worry about this part at the moment. We will sort that. Just going to turn off that grid because it's not helping me out here at the moment. It's not right. Yeah, I think that's going to do the job. So we'll do something similar on this side, but maybe not exactly the same. Because they are. I think a lot of tire tread patterns are actually essentially marketing. That you get the impression that they're done to do something really specific, but they're probably just people like cool looking tire treads. And again, if you really didn't want to model if you really didn't want to hand paint the tire texture, you could 3D model the tire. I've got some tutorials on that on my channel. You could also just grab a tire from my wheel pack and bake it using the same technique. So you could just bake one section of the. I'm not sure about this, but we'll fix it. You could just bake one section of the tire and then UV map it onto the part repeated. So it really depends on how much of a pixel art obsessive you want to be. So I'm going to bring some black into this pattern to break it up because I think it's too uniform at the moment. And it's kind of all right, but it's exactly the same as. So let's separate like that. And then maybe we could just bring in a slight highlight on some parts just to. It's maybe too much. As usual, I'm just making this up as I go along, but and this is one of those times we can really lose like all sense of perspective in Blender because you're working on such a small granular bit of the car. And actually, you probably aren't even going to see this in the final render. So, you know, it's a good idea to check in with yourself and just be like, do I need to be spending this much time on something that doesn't actually matter for the final scene? But if you're enjoying it, then you go for it. Might put a break in there, see what that looks like. Yeah, I think that'll do. So like I said, you can barely see it until you zoom right in on the tyre. And the only thing I have to do now, and this is a nice easy job, is to turn back on our, it's because I'm in texture paint mode. So with our wheel selected, let's go to UV edit, and we're just going to pick up these faces. Hit A select all, and we're going to scale it right down and put it in this black space. And there we go, those are our wheels finished. So we could transfer all of the data and everything back over, but I think the easiest bet is to just hit Shift-D and drag that to the back. And there we go, we've got the wheels. There's just one little bonus bit I want to do on this tutorial, and that is to add in some aerials for our car, which are actually going to be a similar technique. So we will do this now. The way we're going to do our aerials is to make a very simple plane, and then we're going to paint a transparent pixel texture on. So using the alpha like we did for our other layers. So nothing complicated here. Go and select our mesh, and I'm just going to select this corner, and hit Shift and S and cursor to selected. And I'm going to hit Shift and A, mesh and plane. And I'm going to rotate this on the x-axis 90 degrees. That's 180, so it's not flipped. And we're just going to scale this whole thing down. And I'm just going to select these two vertices and pull them up a bit. So something like that. And we actually just want to push it into the car a little bit. That feels about right. I'm then going to apply a mirror modifier. So we've got our two aerials, and then we're going to make a new material. And again, like I keep saying, we can bake all this down into a single texture sheet for bringing it into a game, but there's no real advantage in Blender when we're working with such small assets to making our life harder than we need to. So aerial pixel matte. And we go to shading. And if we just hit the backspace key in that view so we can see everything. If we go Shift and A, search, image texture, you know the deal by now. I think we're going to try making this 16 by 16. I'll call it aerial texture. And we're going to connect our color to our base color and our alpha. So we've made a mistake here. Oh no, we've got a full alpha transparency. If I'm just going to hit new again, make sure you've got alpha enabled, and in your color, we're going to set our alpha to 0. So it looked like it didn't matter, but we're just going to do that again. Pixel aerial texture. Okay, so we should have essentially a clear edge. I'm going to go into texture paint, and let's just see if it's working. So you should be able to just see the outline of the aerial. And it is working, but we need to UV unwrap this into a sensible space. So back into our UV editor. And we're just going to select everything, the A key, UV unwrap angle base. And there we go. And as usual, we've forgotten to set our texture to closest. Hopefully you were screaming at the YouTube player saying, you've messed it up again. And let's just go to the side view. I'm not going to worry too much about what my blueprints do here because I'm not got them in the same position, but I want my aerial to be pretty fine. So let's just freehand it in and then we'll tidy up the details. I think actually for the most part, I've got that pretty right. So we have to remember that because we're using an alpha, we need to use the erase brush as well. So we don't want any double spaced parts of the curve. And maybe I want to give the impression that that's curving back that way a little bit more. And then I'm just going to paint a little bit of a thicker base here. And we can pull this whole lot down. And we could also just bring in some slightly, I'm sure we've got a grey here that we can pick. But we'll just break up. So maybe this could have a bit more of a highlight to it. And maybe the tip could be, no, maybe not. So we can just give all of this a bit of shading and a bit of interest. And there we go, we've got like a fine aerial on the car as well. I just want to usually make my roughness full. And if we turn off face orientation now, we'll see it on both sides. Although it looks a little bit weird in the preview, when you render it out, you've got a transparent mesh. So we'll just move this down a little bit. One thing you could choose to do just to sell this look a little bit more is we could go into our texture paint here and make sure that we're working on our value layer. And then maybe pick this one. And we could just go around. We might need to just very slightly move our and just kind of paint a little shadow where the aerial interacts. And I think we're done. I'm just wondering if it's worth doubling the thickness, but maybe we just make the base part a little bit thicker still. So just make sure you've gone back to your aerial. Yeah, this is the life of a pixel artist. It's just constantly second guessing everything. Problem is that everything would have to be off by. I think I prefer it before, but you could definitely thicken that out a little bit. Another option will be to make it an even smaller texture, so a 16 by 16. And that would make your pixels chunkier, but I think we're good. I think we're going to leave it for now. So there we go. That is our finished car. And all that is left to do is in the next lesson, we're going to unwrap it in a different way so that we can mirror our texture properly. I'm also going to show you how we're going to fix this problem. And just want to bring in some decals to the front and the bonnet, which at the moment we can't do because they mirror over perfectly. So it's going to be the final lesson in our course. And it's just a bit of polish to bring it into a game engine. If you are messing about in Unity or Unreal or Godot, I want to set it up so that you've got one texture sheet that you can bring in. And it's maybe a bit more of a technical video, and this could be where your course finishes. You might decide that you just want to keep it to Blender and you're happy with the results. And you should be, because if it looks like this, we've done really well. Okay. So this is a bit of a bonus tutorial. And if you only want to work in Blender, then you're finished. Project done. Go forth and make more exciting pixel art cars. Can I recommend a Toyota Celica? Because it's my favourite. But I wanted to look at how we can take all of these layered images, this kind of layered shader that we've built, and turn it into something that you could bring into Unity or Unreal or Godot pretty easily. I want to look at how we can do a decal on the back that isn't mirrored. So you'll know that at the moment, if I try and paint the Subaru logo on the back here, it's going to mirror down that center line, which we don't want. And I'm also just going to make a very quick dirt material to overlay that you could also bring into a game engine. And then we'll just jump into Unity and I'll show you how I quickly set up my objects inside Unity. So quite a bitty lesson. I'll put some chapter stamps in so you can jump around. But we have to do the most exciting job of all first, and that's to just organize our scene a little bit to make sure that everything makes sense. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just make sure everything's labeled. So I've got main body. I'm also just going to, I should have done this before I started, but hey, I'm just going to bump up my interface size. So if you ever want to know how to do that, it's in preferences. So we've got main body, top vent, bonnet vent. These need labeling as roof aerial, a word I can never spell. I think that's right. And wing mirrors. And we'll just name these rear wheels for now. We're going to break these apart later on, but we'll keep it as is. I'm just going to move my reference stuff into my blueprints folder. And we're just going to turn that off to make sure it's gone. And then what I want to do is I'm just going to take all of these and I'm going to hit M and move to new collection. And we're going to call this master model. And then I'm just going to save again. So it's kind of pointless because we've only moved forward one stage, but I just want one that I can go back to and I know that everything is there and editable before we start messing about with things. And then I'm just going to duplicate this and then turn it off. So what I want to do now is we're going to name this mod applied model, which I think of a decent name for it. So I want to apply my mirror modifiers and group my objects together so that we're dealing with far less parts. And I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't, if I needed to go back a step, everything was still there. So if we look at our modifiers, there's a couple of ways of dealing with this. We've just got a mirror modifier on here. I'm just going to apply this, and you'll know if you've got a modifier on because you'll have a little wrench next to it. So let's break apart our wheels. We're just going to work down and apply. Annoyingly, there's no apply all across every selected object, but that's okay. And then I'm going to take these objects. So that should be everything. And then we're going to select the car body last, and then we're going to hit Control J to join. So we've got main body, front wheels, and rear wheels. And if we want to separate these out, we're going to go to edit mode, hit P, and then choose by loose parts. And now we've got, so because of how I made these in the previous tutorial, actually all my faces aren't joined. So I did this on purpose to show you this is not a mistake on this. So let's go back. This is always good practice anyway. So I'll tab in to edit, and then we'll hit 1 to go into vertex mode. Hit A to select all, M to merge by distance. And now let's try again. So we should have now merged all of these. And then we could just hit P by loose parts. And now we've got 2 wheels, okay? And the origins are going to be still set to whatever we were mirroring from. So if you go to Object, Set Origins Geometry. And now you can do this on multiple objects at once. So they're in the middle. So we're just going to name these something sensible. So I always go RF. So that's LF wheel. That's the left front, right? Yeah, from the driver's side. And then right rear wheel. Except we haven't separated this one out yet. So let's tab into edit. A to select everything, M to merge by distance. Again, 96 vertices gone, so that's all of my scruffy geometry sorted. P by loose parts. And then with both of them selected, Object, Set Origin to Geometry. And we should have right rear wheel. So this actually needs to be, yeah, that's right rear wheel. And this is going to be left rear wheel. And we'll just check that we've got everything set up. Great. So now I'm just going to save incremental and move. Oh no, I'm just going to save to that scene actually. What we need to do now in order to bring this into a game engine or export it in a usable way for anything outside of Blender is to take our car paint material or our texture. And the problem that we've got is, say if you bring this into Unity, you can make your own advanced custom shader that would take all of this information in, but usually what you have is essentially this. So we need to get all of this information and turn it into a single image that can drive the base color. And the way that we can do that is Blender lets you do something called baking, where you can take information and basically render the image on top of the UVs and then create a new texture. And what we're going to do is we're going to take this, we're just going to work on the main body. We don't need to do this to the wheels. So I'm going to hit duplicate. I can never find any things. It has to be outside the hierarchy, and then hit Command and Shift and D, and then enter to apply it. And we're just going to rename this F2 baked body. Not a great name, but never mind. And then we're just going to move this into a new collection. I'm going to call this export model. And what I want to do is just look at the UV unwrapping that we've got on this. So I should be able to unwrap all of this. And already I've made a mistake here that you will make. So I'm glad I did it because we need to avoid this. Let's just hide all of this for now and make sure that we're working only on our baked body. It's very easy when you've got multiple objects that look exactly the same to be working on the wrong thing. This is why we're also saving lots of versions as we go. So if you make any daft mistakes, you can jump back. So we'll go to our UV edit. I'm going to hit A to select everything. And then we're going to unwrap again. And so now, because we've applied our mirror, you can see that we've got both sides of the car. And I think this is going to work for us. We could neaten it up and simplify some shapes. This part here looks a bit odd. Let's just check out what's going on here. And which part that's referring to. Do not worry about the fact we've broken the textures, by the way. We will fix that. So which part of the car is this? So I'm just going to turn on our UV sync selection, which I normally have off because it causes a lot of issues. So it's this part of the wing. And yeah, we will have to watch for this sort of stuff. Because this was originally not a loop, and now it is. Well, now we've mirrored it, it's become a loop. So we're just going to put loop cuts in both of these parts. I think that should fix it. And mark scene. And we're just going to see if there's anything else that looks like that. But I think we're good. I think we're all good. So let's continue with this. And if I was going to pass this over to a game artist, something that I might want to spend some time doing now is, like, we could pick up, using the L key, we could pick up this part and pick up this part, and we could mirror it. Or if even better, rotate it 790 degrees, that's what we actually need to do. And then if we picked up this part, so this would be the roof, and you can start laying it out in a much more kind of sensible way for an artist to work with. I don't want to worry too much about that for this, but again, if you look at some of my other courses, you can see that I've set up UV maps in a way that is much clearer and easier to understand. But you might find if you want to pass that over to somebody to do skins in Photoshop or something else, it's much better for them to have something laid out like that. Let's not worry too much about that for now. So we'll just unwrap angle based again. And I'm just thinking sensibly about this. I know I've included my aerials in here, but I think I'm actually going to remove them because they will be only be treated separate objects in whatever engine you're using. And again, there is a way of baking everything into one map and making an alpha transparency map. And might be something that we cover in the future, but I don't want to make this tutorial something that covers everything all at once. So let's just get rid of those for now. So we're just going to focus on these parts. Okay, so now we need to make a new material. So I'm just going to remove both of these. And we're going to call it baked matte. So this is now ready to be baked. And there's just a few other things we need to sort out. So we need to make a new texture to bake into. And I'm actually going to bake at a higher pixel count, I think, because we don't need to worry about working on such a tiny scale anymore. And a game engine can easily handle a 1024 by 1024 texture. So let's call it baked pixel matte. But I'm still going to keep on closest, I think. We're just going to hook this up to our base color. Everything should go black. And we'll dial up our roughness. Okay, so we've got our murdered out Impreza now. And just going to hide this. And we're going to go back to our mod applied model. So this is all merged together. I'm just going to remove these for now. We might rejoin them. Oh, I did not want to do if I lose part. Selection. Sorry, I know this is a lot of jumping about. This is the boring work that takes up quite a lot of time in Blender, especially setting stuff up for game. But the more methodical you are at this point, the better things will be. Okay, so we're going to expand both of these out, and we need to go to our render settings and change this to cycles. Baking only works in cycles, and we're going to go down and expand out this bake tab. So I'm just going to bring this up a little bit because there's a lot of information here. But the good news is, you don't need to worry about almost all of it. So we're just going to bake a diffuse, and we're going to turn everything off apart from color, and we're going to choose selected to active. So we need to do this in the right order. So the main body is what has the texture. So we're going to select that first. That's the selected. And then the baked body, we're going to select second using the control key. And you can see it's highlighted in the bolder, lighter orange. So that should be everything we need. So it's going from selected to active. And I just for safety, I'm going to expand this tab out, and we're going to put an extrusion of 0.05 on, which is going to tell Blender to look slightly outside the model to capture the data, because we've got two overlaid. Sometimes you can get some little shading issues. So now what we need to do is go back into shading and make sure you have this selected. Okay. And then back to our bake. And we're going to hit bake. And it's going to take a little bit of time. And there we go. So what it's done is it's taken our texture and it's perfectly baked it into our new UV map. And if I just hide the mod applied model, you can see we're only working on. So if you was to save this out now, let's make it article exports. So I'll just call it Impreza diff 1. And there you go. You've got a texture ready to bring into Unity or Godot or export, or just kind of simplify and optimize your workflow. And now you can work on top of this in any image editor as well. And I can see there's some little issues that are probably from my sloppy pixel painting earlier, but you can still, nothing's permanent. We can still go in and fix these things. So nice. Okay. Ooh, yeah. Messy around the back there. I think because there was a wheel in the way, I just didn't worry too much about it. And usual deal, if you make any changes to anything, then you need to make sure you're saving that image as well. Okay, so let's now look at how we're going to make the rear decal. There's one here and one here that I want to tackle. As I say, like a lot of early games, a lot of PS1 N64 type games that would use these techniques, they didn't worry too much about that. If you go and look at them, you'll see that they had so little texture memory and so little space that they designed things on the back that could mirror perfectly. But when we're living in the future, we're all in our shiny jumpsuits and jetpacks, and we've got lots of video RAM to spare. So let's do that next. So what we've got at the moment is we've got a UV map, and that is applied to our mesh. But what we can actually do inside Blender is make an additional UV map. And I'm going to turn off our exported model and go back to our mod applied model. So I want to be working on this one. And if we go down to our data section and expand out UV maps, let's call this base UV map so we can name it by double clicking on it. And then we're going to make another UV map. And let's hit the camera icon to change it to, so this is our active render. So we're just making sure we're working on this layer. And what we can do now is we can take this rear section. Well, let me show you what the problem is before, just in case we haven't covered that enough. So if I go to our details section in texture paint, and I paint on the back, you can see that I can't make an asymmetrical design, make everything that, oh, we accidentally drawn Gizmo from Gremlins. It's kind of cool. Hashtag accidental Gizmo. So I couldn't design the Subaru swirls because, yeah, weird stuff keeps happening. It's very relaxing doing that. I recommend it. So we're going to break our UV for the decals. We're going to make a separate decal layer, decal sticker. Let's call it a sticker. I'm going to make a separate layer for that and use a different UV map. And guess what I'm going to say now? It'll all make sense as we get into it. So we've got our two UV maps here. So we're going to go into shading, and let's just move this over now. I don't need that to be so big. And we're going to make another details tab. So details image, so Shift and A, image texture, new, and we're going to call it details non-mirrored, or whatever you want. I don't care, I'm not your dad. And let's just check that we've got our transparency on. So we just want to set our alpha down to 0. And then we're going to hit new image. And we're going to put it in here. So we're going to make another mixed color. And we're going to connect this back to our base color. And then our details map. This one's going to A. And our details map wants to go into B. And then we want to run alpha into the factor. And everything should go back to looking like it was before. And then what we're going to do is we're going to put another node in here, Shift and A, search UV map. And we're going to connect this to the vector. And then if we expand this out, we've now got our base UV map and this new UV map, which we haven't named. So we're going to do that now. Non-mirrored UV. So that's going to break this now. So let's just put it in again. And we're actually going to, just for safety, let's connect our original base UV map to everything else. So Shift A, search UV map. And we'll zoom back in again. Base UV map. And we just want to connect this to the vector on all of our images. And nothing should change. We've done everything right, nothing should change. Great. And let's go back into our UV editing. And what we want to do is select these faces here. So you can see at the moment, this face, if I select this and this face, share the same UV. So that's why it's mirrored whenever I draw on top of one. If we select both of these and then hit G to move it out of the way, just make sure you've turned off that UV sync selection. Otherwise what happened then is going to happen again. So now I can move this down. And then if I select both of these, you can see that we've now got separated parts out. So if I just select these and hit UV mirror Y, and then pull them back up again, overlay, and I'm just going to select both of these here and merge at center. Okay, so just to show that what we've done only affects this one, if I now select this base map and then select everything, you can see we've got our UV there. If I go back to this one, That's not what I wanted to do. We've got our joined UVs. And what I actually want to do is just move these UVs now into this available space, because that's going to stop it overlapping onto another part. So hopefully this isn't too confusing, but basically we've created another set of instructions that we're now going to use for our texture paint. So let's just test to see this works. And we need to make sure we are working on our object. And we need to make sure that we are working on our non-mirrored material. And we're still not getting anything. Why are we not getting anything? It's going to be something obvious. It always is. And we're going to scale it up. And we're also going to bring this onto the front and drop our opacity down a lot. So we can kind of overlay it onto the car. Get it roughly to scale. Also, you even need to make some decisions about where this sits. Something like that looks about right for me, because I need it to be clear of these locks on the back. And then we're going to bang into texture paint mode. Make sure I've got our car body selected. And I don't think I've saved the yellow that I want to use, so just need to make sure that we're working from this. So let's just select my details layer. In fact, it's on my livery layer. And we're just going to pick up this yellowy green and add it in. And then back to our details non-mirrored. And change our brush back to paint. And we're just going to roughly freehand these in until I get something that looks right. Obviously not going to do the writing there unless you really want to. I would suggest doing kind of, or maybe we'll look at it, maybe we'll do like a simplified line to, but again, this is the real interest for me with pixel art, is what you can and can't do. So I'll draw that curve in first, just have another go, I don't like that. Okay, apparently that's all the pixels we have to play with, so we're going to live with that. And I don't think I want these touching like that. Maybe something like that is acceptable. And we'll just double that thickness there. Maybe something like that. Let's have a look at how we're looking. That's pretty good. Let's move this out of the way just so we can see our car properly. It's not the best one of these I've painted, but you would know what it was if you were playing this on your PlayStation on your blurry CRT screen. You would immediately be like, oh, that's the classic Richard Burns 555 livery. So we could just need to make sure that's set to. We could kind of do something in here to represent that text. That's up to you if you want to do that. We've got so little pixels here to work with that it's going to be hard to do anything more than a few of these crosses. Like we might literally just be able to draw two small ones here. But again, if I asked you to describe the Subaru Impreza Rally logo, would you know that wasn't right? I think I'm going to get rid of this text at the bottom, but it's worth a go. You know, that's kind of, I would look at that and go, oh yeah, it's a Subaru logo. Especially if it's bouncing around and sliding through a rally stage. Okay, I think that's enough on that. So you can see we've now got a non-mirrored decal. And I also just want to do these back panels too. So I'm just going to sort of freestyle a Pirelli type logo. And at the moment, we're going to let it stay mirrored. So something like this, and then absolutely not the logo, but that's good because they can't see me. So maybe you're okay with it being mirrored like that. And I think I would probably leave it, but let's for the sake of doing things properly, let's sort the UVs on that as well. So go back to UV edit. So all we need to do is select these two faces. And then UV mirror on the y-axis. There we go. And then just pull this across slightly. And then you can keep moving until it feels like it's in the right spot. Perfect-ish. Okay, so there we go. I think we are ready to now bake this texture back again. And we shouldn't need to do anything in particular now to apply this. All we need to do is bring back our export model. So we're going to select that main body first, and then Control-click Baked Body. And let me just check that I've not got anything strange going on. I've got an extra material there for some reason, so I'll just turn that off again. So just collapse that down, bring back our... So Control-click on this, and then we want to go into our shading view and make sure that we're on our baked material. And then if you're not already looking at this, go to render, hit bake. And after a couple of seconds, our decal is applied now and mirrored. So we are now ready to export this out to a game engine. And what I want to do is I'm going to bring in our aerials, and I'm going to bring in one wheel as well. So we're going to hit Shift and D, and then move them to export model, and then turn off our... Okay, so we're going to take this, which has got its own material. I think we can remove the pixel map now. So we've just got our aerial pixel map, and then select the car body and hit Control J. So now we have two materials there. And we've got a wheel with two materials. We need to make sure that the origin of this is more usable than it is. So origin's geometry, and now it's snapped into the middle of the car. And we're going to position this as 0, 0, 0. And we also want to make sure that our rotation and scale are set to 0 and 1. And we do the same with the wheel. It's a bit of a... The reason I'm only bringing one wheel in is, especially with Unity, it's best to have everything at the origin at 0, 0, 0 and reconstruct it in the engine to avoid any scaling and rotation issues. So I'm going to apply the location, and I'm going to hit Command and A, which I think is Alt and A on the PC, and we're going to apply the rotation, so that should become 0 now. And I'm just going to check to see if there's any weird materials, but I think we are all good. So the next job is to select both of these and hit File and Export. And we're going to choose FBX, and we're going to make a new folder, Folder Exports. And in path mode, we're going to change this to copy, and we're also going to try and embed the textures. Let's see if this works. And then make sure we're choosing just selected objects. And we're going to call this Pixel Impreza Game Engine. And let's export that FBX. And I'm also going to save incremental. And then what I like to do is make a new general. So make sure you hit save on here, otherwise you're going to lose your images. Let's delete everything in it. And let's just import our model back in and see what happens. So it looks like our textures are all embedded in. So you've now got an exportable model that you could sell like I do, and bring straight back into a Blender scene without any problems. But let's try looking at it on in a game engine. So I'm a Unity nerd, so we're going to So we're going to send it over to that and see how we get on. So over in Unity, let's bring in our mesh. And let's drag it into the scene. And there we go, in the default blindingly white Unity material. I'm just going to unpack this prefab. Apologies, I'm not a Unity power user at all, so this is not going to be a Unity tutorial. It's just to kind of cover a few of the standard issues that we get. Now, I've been caught out by this. When I brought in my wheel, I was like, oh, why is it red all over when it should be white on the front, blue on the front? So we need to rotate this 180 on the Z. Okay, and now what we need to do is bring in our textures. And also, I'm just going to unpack these materials. So we're going to select aerial pixel, bake material, tire mat, wheel mat, right click and right click and extract material sub asset. And I'll just put them in the default folder. So although it looks kind of the same, we've now extracted these out. And everything's gone pink, but let's assign our materials again. It's a bit annoying that we have to do it this way, but so put that on there. Aerial pixel on there. Wheel mat on there. Tire mat on there. Okay, so now we need to go back to Blender. And we're going to go back to our baking setup. And we just need to extract these textures. And I find it easier to do it by hand. And we've only got 4, so it's not a big job. So we'll go to our shading tab, click on our baked material, go to image, save as, and then in this export folder, I've actually made a textures folder already. So I'm just going to put, yep, Impreza diff 1's fine. Let's flip over to our materials tab, aerial pixel, select it. I'm going to do the same thing. And just make sure you've got RGBA because we're going to use the alpha for this. And I'm just from my workflow, let's put an _A after it just so I know. And then let's tackle our wheel. So let's do the rim material first. And just make sure I'm in my exports folder. So call it wheel rim diff for diffuse. And then we will do the same thing here. Tire tread diff. And save image as. And then if we go back over to Unity and just going to drag my textures in. And now the next thing to do is to select all of our new textures. And where we go to filter, we want to change it to point. So we get that same as in Blender, we get that pixel effect. And make sure you save it. And then we can start working through our materials now and dragging our new images into our base map. And there we go, it's applied it. So let's look at our wheel rim. And if we select our wheel material, drag our base map in, it's a little bit hard to see. I don't know if I can, a little bit hard to see with this lighting, but there we go. And it might be when you import it that the wrap mode is set to repeat. So if it's looking like that, like a sort of snowflake, just change it to clump. And if it's not tiling perfectly, you need an extra row of black pixels all the way around. So it's either a case of adding that in Photoshop or an image editor, or just rebaking your wheel and moving the camera very slightly back. So if you've got any issues there, just re-render out your wheel with a line of pixels around it. So that's the wheel texture in place. And now we can add in our tire tread. So select tire map, put that into base. And just something to watch as well. This is why the images are cloudy. Set this to white because it's trying to tint it with the color. There we go. That's what I was doing wrong. Okay, so we just got the aerial to do, and we're going to set this up as a transparent. And I want double-sided enabled, and I want alpha clipping enabled. And then we can drag in our pixel aerial texture into the base map. and it already knows to use the alpha as a map, and there you go, it's got the transparency in. So now it's just a case of duplicating these wheels around the car and aiming them in a sensible way. I mean, you don't need to watch me do this, but one other thing that might be worth a go is you can change this shader type. So at the moment it's reacting to the light, which you might want. Certainly for my projects, I like that pixel aesthetic, but I also like it to react to ray trace type lighting. But you could change this material. Instead of HDRP lit, you could change it to an unlit material, texture, and then you get a completely flat, much more retro style, so it doesn't react to the lighting anymore. So a few things to play around with there. And I want to finish up this course by making a pixelated dirt shader for the car that we can tweak, so that you've got an extra layer that you can bring into your game engine or your animation to make things kind of feel a bit more dynamic and interesting. And I'm not a shader expert at all, but I think this little setup works quite well. So we're just going to work on top of our export model, and we're going to work on our baked material texture. So it should look like this. There should only be three parts to it. And what we want to do is put in a mix node. Just going to pull this out of the way. Let's put in a mix. I'm going to type mix and then mix twice. I'm going to drop that mix node in, and I actually want this connected to the B. And then let's just put a dirt color in for now. And there you go, job done. Let's go home. That's only good if you're doing kind of Rally Kenya. So at the moment, if I move this factor, you can see we go from full dirt to no dirt, which is kind of useless. What we need is something to drive this factor. And I'd like it so that the bottom of the car is dirty and the top is clean or cleaner. So what we're going to do is we're going to put in a texture coordinates node. And then from the objects output, we're going to connect a separate XYZ. I've been on YouTube too long. And we want to run this Z value, which you can see from this, is the height, into a map range node, and then into a color ramp. Okay, and hopefully you've got Node Wrangler enabled. If not, go to Preferences, Add-ons. I don't have it on. I think it's just on by default now because it was working anyway. So obviously in newer versions, they've just incorporated Node Wrangler. So if we now Control-Shift-click on that, you can see that we've got 50% of the way up the model, we've got this gradient. And we're going to use this to drive the factor. So let's try tweaking some values a bit. Let's make this like 3. And maybe like 0.2. Yeah, let's go with that for now. And then we're just going to move our gradient over so we get something a bit more like that. And let's just go change this to B-spline. So we get a bit more of a transition. And we can just try tweaking this top value and see what effect that has. So that moves it down the car a little bit. So it's just playing around with this until you get, so that's going to be a stronger mask there. So it's going to be much more painted at the bottom. We're going to do more to this mask. It's not just going to be as clean as this. But now, for now, let's hook this up to our factor. And you can kind of already see where we're going with this. So the bottom of the car is dirty and the top isn't. And we can say just play around with these till we get something more to your liking. So maybe something like that. So we're still getting a bit of a sense of the car through it. But whatever effect you're going for here. Great. So now I want to bring in like a pixelation texture to it. So we're going to take our object and we're going to pass that to a noise texture. And let's just Control Shift and see what we've got there. That's actually not too bad. I think the scale's kind of looking good. And I'm going to put that into a color ramp. And we're going to Control Shift on the color ramp and just pull these really close together. And then actually let's bump our scale up. Let's try 10. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take the output of this and put it into an add. I don't think I want a vector math. Let's just see if we can have a standard math add. And we'll patch those two together. And now we're just going to tweak these values until we get what we're looking for. So, in fact, let's put that into our factor. And now we can work on our finished material. So you can see we've got some mud spatters there. And if we tweak our from max, we can move it up the car. Same with the 2 min. And then if we tweak these values, we can just soften it. And then if we look at what's going on in our color ramps, if we pull this further over, we can really increase that amount of dirt. So it's playing with it to get to a point that you're happy with. But I think that works pretty well. And it's kind of, you know, realistically up the windows. I think it looks pretty convincing. So there's a little dirt texture that you can play around with, and you can bake that out using exactly the same techniques that we used in the previous tutorial to make yourself a dirt texture map. And so to bake it out, we need to make a new image texture. And so it's closest. And we'll go with 1024 by 1024 to match our main base livery texture. Now we'll call it dirt texture. And before we hit new image, we just want to make sure that our alpha is set to 0. So we've got transparent image. And then we just need to do a little bit of faffing about because we want to bake a clean, transparent texture. So we're going to disconnect our baked material. And we're going to make this other material black and the alpha to 0. And then we need to drive the alpha here. So we're going to take our output and connect it to the alpha. But you can see it's actually inverted. It's the wrong way around. So we're just going to use an invert node to search invert color. And we're going to connect that with that. You don't need to worry about this transparent wheel in the middle. We're not going to see that. And now all we need to do, now we've got everything set up, is go back to our dirt texture, up to our bake menu. And we're not going to use quite the same values. All we need to change is this selected to active because we're just working. We don't need to transfer. It's already on the object that we want. So I'm just going to expand this out a little bit. And then if I hit bake now, and let's have a look at our texture. And you can see we've got this baked dirt map. And if we now kind of revert to where we were with all of these settings, so if we connect our pixel map back in there, and we just get rid of this, we can use this texture as a mix before we hit the output. So if we make another mix, so mix, connect it like this. And then I think this is the right way around. We need to swap. I always get these things mixed up. We connect our dirt color. Yep, there we go. And then I think it's already handling the alpha, but so now we've got our textures hooked up. And there we go. We've got a finished dirt texture, which you can now save out. Add it with our other textures. And if enough people leave comments asking for it, I'll show you how we can set this up as a bit of a dynamic material in Unity. But I'm going to leave everything there, I think. It will be the same process for baking to the wheels. But look, I've been through every single step of this, and you don't need me to show you how to do that. So I consider it a bit of homework to work out how to make dirty wheels to your liking. I really hope you've enjoyed this tutorial. I hope it's been useful. I'd love to see any finished work you come up with. Come hang out on the Patreon, on the Discord. Unfortunately, I've had to be away from the Discord for a bit, but I will be back and active on there soon. And yeah, like, subscribe, all that good stuff. And let's move on to the next exciting project. Thanks for watching.